Wanna learn some
crab
facts?
Okay. I should be audible now. I don't know why why voice mod didn't load up automatically today. You're cuddling a cute cat? Hell yes, Draynog. It's a crab voice. Hello, it's me. Boo. It's spooky. I've lost track of what I was doing. I was saying hello to Draynog and Born Depressed Introvert, who got in extremely early with a crab fact. Did you know that were you saying horrible? I was not. I was the main thing I waffled on about was that I don't know whether 5 o'clock constitutes late afternoon or early evening. I feel like late afternoon, but it's a bit borderline. Punk Mug, welcome in. How are you doing? We're playing a cute game that's also very scary. It's bedtime. Okay. Crab fact though. We still need one of those. Did you know 5 o'clock is tantamount to dinner time? Well, hey, Mum, how are you doing? That is fair. 5 o'clock is pretty dinnerish. Yes, welcome in. You may be a little lost in today's stream. Waiting for takeaway pizzas to... Ooh, yes. Excellent decision. Excellent. I'm still sitting on the tuna melts I had for lunch, so I'm probably sorted for a bit. Just woke up. You know what? That's just how it be sometimes. Did you have a nap, or are you just waking up for the first time today? All right. Did you know that crabs don't use a 24-hour clock? They use a 28-hour clock. And it makes things very complicated for planning. It's a massive faff. There's a big movement among the crab community to adjust to the 24-hour variant, but you know, it's a lot of there's a lot of hoo-ha about it. Those crazy crabs. We're wild, ain't we? Still sitting on them. I got tuna all over your chat. Don't worry, they're well sealed. Yeah. We're continuing Beacon Pines today. Last time, well, we're gonna have a little bit of a recap of what happened to us last time. Let's find out what fate befell these wee little lads.
Before they could react, it encased them in ice. 2 boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene.
Now, the animation of them freezing doesn't seem to have played. So they're kind of just... 2 boys reunited by friendship only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason, as they just can hang out in this treehouse for the rest of eternity, I guess?
In a silent treehouse turned statuary, in a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together, for the rest of time. The end.
But they seem fine, though. They're just hanging out. They're just having a great day.
No, that can't be the ending.
They're not allowed to relax.
I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either.
Well, I suppose.
There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
Right. What can we do? We can... Okay, we can be good cop, hard cop. We can take our only option while guarding against the clipboards, is we can flee rather than standing our ground. I think I would simply not be a cop. You know what? That's the true decision. That's the truest correct option. Don't be a cop. I think let's go with flight. So the story so far is, if I remember correctly, in this path, Rolo has been captured by presumably these guys. We pushed Iggy into the little puddle of toxic goo, and he mutated slightly. We found him in our treehouse, but then the clipboards found us. And here we are, taking a final stand against them. Luca's mind raced. He was caught up in a trap. What do you do when there's no hope? Iggy wiped his cheeks with a sleeve. What are you gonna do, Luca? I don't remember my voice was something like this. I'm washing dishes, but I'm here in spirit. That's also great. Welcome in, Sarah. Damn, I hate when that happens. I know. Well, thank you so much for giving us up to Zandra OV. Zandra OV, I hope whenever you're around you enjoy using those emotes. Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight. He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches.
Oh, clever.
He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut.
Wow, I can't believe that worked. Hey, Mr. Kerr. We'd love to hear your thoughts, but I'm afraid we have places to be. Come on, Iggy. See you, jerks. Woo!
Fine, we know where that leads them.
This way. We'll take the tunnels. Jane, welcome
Luca
in. How
and
are you
Iggy
doing?
winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back.
Ow.
The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice.
Uh-oh. Oh,
Chapter
that's not
5.
good.
Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain.
I'm watching you. Welcome in, cats. How are you doing? But not really. Good spoilers. That's also fair. Welcome in, and thank you for the look. I hope you're having a lovely day. Well, this is mysterious, considering it's about to be summer. It was actually pretty badass. I think we lost him. Are we up in the mountains? I don't think so. If anything, we went downhill. And what's up with Winter Wonderland? All I know is there's no going back the way we came. Let's see if we can get our bearings. Follow me. Find a way home. I'm not sure that's a great idea. Although, I do notice some similarity between the layout here and the layout right outside our house.
A disc of smooth metal was lightly covered in snow. 2 faint seams were visible along the surface.
A manhole cover? If it is, I've never seen one like it. We go up here. Yeah, sure enough. Oh, here we go again. Luca! Luca, are you there?
Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
Oh, I thought it wasn't. It wasn't, rather. It was that bozo cat. It's that bozo car. I hope nothing bad has happened to you out in those woods.
Luca looked at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be rude.
With a resigned sigh, Luca responded.
Seems like the only dangerous thing in the woods is you. He speaks, the young man of the hour. Now, how in tarnation did you end up with one of our radios? Just lucky, I guess. Boy, howdy, you Van Horns are full of surprises, aren't you? You knew my parents. I never had the honor of meeting your father, but your mum sure was a handful.
Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
We gotta keep moving. But where? If this is the way forward, then I'm going to go back again. I'm just saying, like, this is where Luca's house was, and that looks like the path up to the tree where Dad was buried. Yeah, sure enough, here's the sign.
What's the readout? Didn't just above 258 Kelvin. That's down a bit from last time. To report this to Mr. Kerr? Still within safe ranges. Maybe spreading, but it's under control for now. Even a small nudge in the equilibrium could cause a cascade. Dude, relax. Just a few more sides to hit before we punch out. Let's get this over with.
Well, now I don't know which way is the way forward. Maybe there is actually no other way this way, and my theory is correct, because there should be the big old tree there. Oh, I'm so confused. I love it. What is all this? Oh wait, no, because this wouldn't be where the tree is. This would be where the field of daffodils was. But yeah, sure enough, here's the Welcome to Beacon Pines sign. What's all this? Hard to say with all this snow. I think it's a town sign. I can almost make out letters under there. What town could this even be? It couldn't be another town this deep into Weep Woods. I'm looking at evidence to the contrary. Let's figure out what we're dealing with here. Step 1, snow's gotta go. I'll see what I can do. Incendiary! Go! Set the thing on fire. Oh. Yeet!
The boys
What?
stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
This doesn't make any sense. We're in Beacon Pines? How is that possible? We ran away from town. How did we get back here? I guess we got turned around? Where did all this snow come from? Well, it's been colder than normal lately. There's a pretty big difference between sweater weather and this Arctic hellscape. Well, we fought out before. It was cold too. Maybe all of it leads to one source. Think it's related? What the hell is going on? We're gonna get you some answers. Let's keep moving. Oh, shit. This is all
The
fenced up.
fencing glistened, each chain link encapsulated with a translucent layer of ice.
Okay, so presumably it's not just our town that has been hit by ice. This is a different settlement. Because also presumably there'd be festival stuff under all the snow, which there isn't. Looks like the stuff they put up around Weep Wood. The stuff who put up? I don't know. Clipboards, probably. Does this stuff look familiar to you? It looks like the barrel near the puddle I, shoved me into, yeah. Look, I'm sorry. You shouldn't have insulted my dad or whatever you did. I don't remember. This is on you, if anything. It's all frozen.
Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Whatever happened here, it happened fast. The fish didn't even have time to run. Or, you know, swim run. Didn't have time to swan. Oh, there's no bridge posts for me to chill against.
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca, he looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everyone's gone. What? There's nothing here but more snow. There must be an explanation for all of this. We have to keep looking. You can look all you want. I quit. Iggy, we have to keep going. You don't get it, do you? This isn't one of your pathetic Hankatomic stories. We aren't going to save the day. We aren't even going to save ourselves. Calling a wood Weep Wood is as much of a warning name as calling it. Yeah, it's not necessarily the best sign in the world. Welcome to Death Forest. Named for its original founder, Philip K. Death. My face is mangled. Town is destroyed, and everyone we've ever known is gone. We don't know that. You can't just quit. Do whatever you want. I'm done. Iggy, it's gonna be okay.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry.
I love Death Forest. Visit every Saturday.
Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion, and more than a little guilt.
It is getting pretty late, I think. Probably not a great idea to stumble around in the dark anyway.
Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy.
Let's just rest for a bit.
The boys huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
I mean, guys, maybe at least try to get inside one of these buildings? It's not going to provide much protection, but, I mean, just fully out in the open right now. Oh, are they going to die of hypothermia? The way the snow covered everything over. It's kind of calming. Yeah. I haven't had time to say it, but thanks. Huh? For getting us away from those creeps. I sort of froze up back there. Iggy, I should be the one apologizing. This all happened because I lost my temper. Nah, that's bull hockey. First of all, you didn't know what that gunk would do. You didn't, right? Of course not. Well, we knew it did something fucked up. So, might be a coincidence in the name. I remember studying killing forms in mathematics named after Wilhelm Killing. I mean, yeah, it's entirely possible that it's just named after someone whose surname was Wheat, but bless him, that's an unfortunate surname. And second, stop just prolonging out losing your temper. But I did lose my temper.
Iggy motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously. But that's exactly what you should have done. I was being a horse's ass. You were supposed to be a horse's ass in response. That's how it works. Iggy, I'm having a hard time following. You wanted me to fight you? Of course! Geez, you goody type takes forever to understand this very basic point. Why would you go around saying cruel things, trying to get into fights?
Iggy shrugged.
Something to do? You're an asshole because you're bored? Sometimes I just feel empty. You wouldn't understand. You and Rollers are having a blast together. Laughing and calling that dinky little treehouse mission control.
Iggy now wept openly.
Perfect little Luca Van Horn. With his perfect little life. My life is not perfect. Everybody in town likes you. Not everybody. No, that's not my voice. Oops. Bryn! Welcome in. Thank you so much for subscribing.
I am weeping openly.
I am weeping openly. Because 18 months. That is just too many. Never had you think Wilhelm got that name, huh? Before he developed a mathematical theorem. Wilhelm went on a rampage and was like, you know what? I need a way to mathematize these bodies. I don't know what killing forms are. If that wasn't somehow painfully obvious. Hell, you don't remember back yet. She already likes you. You have Tish.
He wiped his nose with a sleeve.
I love Tish. Tish is great. But she ain't exactly the world's greatest conversationalist, you know?
Luca gave a warm chuckle.
I get that impression.
Iggy cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes.
It must be raining out here. Definitely.
Iggy arched into a wide yawn.
We should probably try to get some sleep. Yeah. Let's lay low for now. Tomorrow we'll get to the bottom of all this.
Luca's eyelids began to slowly drift shut.
Luca? Yeah? I always did want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse. What do you think? Not bad. I'll give you a full tour when we get back. You know what?
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
When it comes to the worst days of my entire life, this one wasn't half bad. Oh, these boys!
The house smelled of warm bread. Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke. "This is how you remember them, huh?" Luca turned to see his own face.
Oh, you again!
The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes. Aww, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this.
Oh, oh, what's going on? What the fuck is all this?
The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Luca snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us.
Renella, welcome in. How are you doing? Oh, my words.
Luca turned
Oh, this
to
game.
look at his father, still lounging on the couch.
Don't remember, Luca. Don't remember. Or maybe do, because I want to know. I'm so curious.
That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. Now, we both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope.
Oh, shit.
It was his parents, fighting. Do you remember what we did next? Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them. Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong.
Oops, wrong emote.
I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this. Eleanor raised her voice. Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs.
Ooh.
Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all.
Sure, yeah.
Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing.
Is it Wilhelm? Oh my god, it's always
It
Wilhelm.
sounded like you were going somewhere. Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun. A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall.
Well, hello there.
It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively.
Get your hands off me!
Whether it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
Just what do you think you're doing?
Luca looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
You two certainly have caused a lot of commotion. What's that supposed to mean? Take it easy, Iggy. We were asleep, minding our own business. You're the one running around knocking on people's heads. Sorry if I hurt you, Iggy. You didn't hurt nobody. Anybody. Huh? No, I see. You think you're better than me, you...
When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
You big-headed, scarfy-necked furball. Look, I don't know what folder or file you're trying to access, but I don't care, Windows. Shut up. Okay, let's lower the temperature a bit here. It's already low enough, Luca. Haven't you seen all of this? Interesting choice of words. I mean, let's all just calm down. Who are you? A friend. An observer. A hitchhiker on the infinite expanse of possibility. Great. How about a name? If you must call me something, you can call me Nat.
Iggy huffed with gratification.
How about you make like a Latin buzz off? Very well.
Nat began to turn away indifferently.
Wait, do you live here? You might say that. So you know where we are? You might also say that. Look, pal, we just want to find a safe way out of here. Love Iggy's little fur-lined duffel coat. That's actually Luca's. It seems Iggy took this when he came to Luca's treehouse, but it does suit him. And his weird mutated face. You gonna help us or not? Before knowing how to leave, one must know where they are. All right, that does it. Luca, I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here one way or another.
Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp off.
Enough with the riddles. Iggy, wait up.
Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented.
Very well, I suppose this isn't the time for metaphors. I'll show you how to get back home.
Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Little stomper. Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
Okay, open them.
For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
This
Cat
is
crime.
Cat crime. Welcome in, Win. How are you doing? I hope you're having a lovely day. This is Beacon Pines. It's the game. It is the game. You told me about it. I was like, because I'd been kind of on the lookout for sort of October Halloween appropriate sort of spooky games, but ones that wouldn't be like, you know, so like I like RPG Maker horror games, but sometimes they're just like, oh, here's an immediate jump scare and an immediate death that you just had to know was there and then avoid when reloading, which is a bit annoying. But this one is much more atmospheric, spooky, and I love it. It's pretty scary. It's not like super terrifying, but it's really intriguing. There's a lot of mystery going on, and certainly instances where I'm like, oh god, oh no, what's gonna shake out here? October Halloween, as opposed to Halloween in January. Yeah, exactly. This is Beacon Pines. Look, Nat, we don't know how we got here. Maybe we stumbled through some time travel gate in Wheatwood, or we teleported to some alternate universe, or this is all some cruel experiment by Kerr and his goons. I'm leaning the latter, but who knows? But this is not our home. You're inching closer to the truth. Alas, the reality is much less fanciful. Just give it away straight. So be it. And this wasn't a dream that Simeon thought, crap game. I mean, I'm certainly adoring it, so I mean, yeah, crab game. As I said, this is Beacon Pines. The original, true Beacon Pines. Ah, shit. These objectives keep pulling my leg. You both grew up here, but the town you've called your home for the past several years is a replica. The past 6 years, would you say? By any chance? Just throwing out a random number there, you know, maybe 6 or so? Just, you know. A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair. But a replica, nonetheless. That's impossible. It's too much work. You'd need a whole town to replicate a whole town. Indeed, to pull off such a feat would require immense labor power. That which could be moved would be moved. That which could not would require a precise duplicate. Thank you, sir, for resubscribing.
Replica town? Sounds like a puzzle for a certain gentleman.
It does sound like a puzzle for a certain gentleman. Also, I might need to take another look at my sound settings because those sound alerts are extremely quiet. To me, at least. How's that? How's the volume for you guys? Like, I can barely hear the sound alerts. It's fine. Okay. How weird. Because the sound balance was definitely better for me last time. Ah, well. Professor Layton. Hell yeah. Right. Very well then, let's continue. Let's go into the right window and then continue. We would have noticed. Someone would have noticed. You'd think so, unless the auditing was impeccable. A mind-numbing attention to detail. As for the innumerable trivialities that complete the tapestry, well, you can leave that to this miraculous thing we call a brain. It has a real aversion to discontinuity, a revulsion even. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out the rough edges, keeping us sane.
Luca and Iggy looked around uncomfortably.
So you're saying that someone made an entire new town and moved us all and no one noticed? Precisely. But why? Why is the only question that can never be answered with certainty. The best one can do is to uncover.
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered,
The source. Arnold Star's Eyes Curve emote. I do need to have a look at what emotes I make, but all the ones I have are fairly like ingrained in people's use by now. All I need is to become partner essentially, and then I get way more emote slots. That's the that's the real trick. Why'd you say the source like that? Why indeed.
Luca began to laugh uncomfortably.
It's all ridiculous. There's no way they
He
could.
looked down at his feet. His eyes started back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
If this really is home.
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out.
Iggy, it's not too late to turn back. Simply head west through Whip Wood.
Chapter 6. The Source.
This.
Nat
Oh.
expressed his sympathy with a shrug
Oh,
and
boy.
sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to perennial harvest. But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know. Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow. His numb hands hit something hard, a headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips.
Yeah. All this time I thought I was visiting you. You've been here, alone in the snow. Dad, so sorry. They ruined your favorite spot in the world. Our favorite spot in the world. Dad, what do I do?
There was no reply, just snow-covered silence.
Why'd you give me this look like that? What if I couldn't find you, you jerk?
Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh. They stole his tree. Yikes.
Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
We gotta hide. Oh.
2 from 9K. Ball up distance still good. Dude, you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. You ever think about what we did here? We saved a whole town of people. Doesn't feel like it sometimes. What about everything we left behind? That's the grave of someone with a family. The people who loved them will never know the truth. Truth's overrated.
He bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Hey! Don't be such a downer, dude. We took this job to change the world. Come on. It's almost lunchtime. Weirdo.
This is what it sounds like when you talk through the crab mittens. This is what it sounds like when I just talk into my hand. Good thing Luca doesn't leave footprints. He is handy, yeah. Otherwise, that might have been a dead giveaway. Welcome in, Fizzy and Iris. How are you both doing today? Talk to the hand. I do, regularly. I'm very alone. Here I thought I was a jerk. These things are out here literally dancing on graves.
Luca stuttered through heaving sobs.
I thought I was visiting him. I thought he was with me. Not gonna lie, it's a bad break. Here's some advice.
Iggy gave Luca a solid smack on the back of his head.
Hey! Who's any of this helping? What? Sitting here in the snow crying like some pushover? Who are you helping? Look what they did! They lied to everyone! Blah, blah, blah. Luca Van Horn, you're a lot of things, but you ain't no pushover. What did I tell you before? When some jerks comes at you acting like a horse's ass, I should stand up for myself. Hell yeah! Kearney's merry little band of clipboards pulled off the switcheroo for a reason, right? Nat mentioned something about a source.
Luca wiped his eyes with a sleeve.
Whatever's at the source must be awfully valuable to Perennial Harvest. Sure, it'd be a shame if something unfortunate were to happen to your precious source, wouldn't it? What do you have in mind? If it's small enough to steal, we snatch it. If it's too big to snatch, we smash it. And what if it's too big to smash?
Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
I'm always up for the challenge. I'm gonna make this right, Dad. I promise. Let's do this. We break his kneecaps. If the source got legs, we fit him for cement shoes. It can get awful cold out there in those woods, Luca. Probably best you two stay put and conserve your energy. Help's on the way. Where's Rolo? Where's my mom? Did you... Nope. I'm not on the phone. Did you kill her? Oh, heavens no. Do I seem like a killer to you?
Iggy and Luca shared a skeptical look.
Well, do I? Aw, shucks. Now that hurts my feelings. Screw that guy. Yeah, screw that guy. That is a filter win, yes. Wait a minute. This is the original town. That means...
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
What's that? Long story. So a few years back, I came into possession of some premium-grade fireworks. Not the wimpy firecracker stuff to give kids. The good stuff. So why did you bury it under a tree? That's the long part of the story. You and Rolo were doing chores at Rolo's chicken coop. You guys pissed me off for some reason or another.
Luca rolled his eyes with realization.
No, you didn't.
Iggy stifled a chuckle.
Yep. I just wanted to give you guys a little scare. But like I said, these are some primo fireworks. So I might have underestimated things. You blew up the chicken coop? I sort of think of it as incendiary redecoration. Sorry, but you should have seen the looks on your faces. I got grounded for months. This is why I needed to stash the evidence and lay low. So I buried them under that tree. When I came back for them later, they were gone. I figured some grown-up found them and tossed them.
Iggy triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out, it wasn't the fireworks that got moved. It was us. Unbelievable. I mean, you know what I'm gonna say though? That's very handy for our needs, Luca. Do you think this is a game? Newsflash, boyo. You're not a hero. You're a little brat who's in way over his head. A hero is just someone who refuses to give up. Comics these days are rotting children's brains. Everyone thinks they're a spaceman superhero. I was always partial to Hank Atomic myself. Is that so? Do you really think you have a chance against us? You have no idea how powerful we are. Fair for blast off, loser. Fucking get him, Luca. Oh. Well, that seems like it might be a source. Crooked. Just like this whole stinking place. Crooked, yeah. Good cop, crooked cop. Got to interrogate them by pretending we're incredibly corrupt. Can we go anywhere else? It seems unlikely.
Luca
Pretending,
and Iggy
yeah.
inched up to
Well, I
the
mean-
edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes.
To be fair, we will be pretending because they are all children. None of them are actually cops. Like, regardless, they're not actual cops.
Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Echo! Echo! Whoa. ACAP. All child cops, bastards. No, because those child cops are us and they're babies. These are just babies. Whoa. I can see why they wanted to move us all out of town now. Why would they dig a giant hole? I think this is it. This is the source? It's a dang hole? How do we smash the hole? Uh-oh. Oh, it's much more than that, my annoying little friend. Kerr! Where's Rollo? I wasn't lying before. He's safe. Well, safer than you two, at least. Drats, it's cold. It was hard to drag me all the way out here, didn't you?
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
Okay, but Kerr, I don't know why, if you knew where you were heading, I don't know why you didn't bring something a little warmer to wear. Really is something, isn't it? What did you do to our town? What is all of this? Well, that's a doozy of a question. This is the source, where they collect the unrefined,
Kerr scratched the back of his head.
Honestly, boys, I don't understand any of this well enough to explain it. Fact of the matter is, I'm not paid to know. What do you mean you don't know? Ain't you in charge? Oh, heavens no. My role is merely to flash a winning smile and manage various, complications. Complications like us? You are a smart boy.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
It really is nothing personal. Some people are destined to strive for greatness, and others are simply obstacles along the way. Seems like you were destined to be a creepy lackey. The point is that we all play our part in life. Mine just happened to be a lead in the role of a lifetime. And you happen to be extras, ready for your curtain call. We aren't giving up without a fight. Your smile's not gonna be so winning after we're done with you. Now, boys, there's no need for melodrama. It makes even a professional such as myself embarrassed for you. Let's change the mood a bit.
Kerr snapped his fingers.
Scene change! Well, that's not great. There, that's better. Deal with them.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance.
Why are you smirking? Because I have a box full of fireworks, and you don't.
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop! Let's not do something regrettable. Joke's on you. Regret is one of my specialties. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw these in your precious hole? Nothing. Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. I'll have you know, I'm an exceptional liar. Up, that's far enough.
Iggy plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop, you fool! Call off your goons.
After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Very well. You all can head back for the night. It's been a long day. I'll handle these two from here. Clipboard's just
Mr. Kerr
backing out.
sighed into the frigid air.
It's just us now, Iggy. You can put that down. What, like this?
With a nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Ooh!
With
Whoa!
a growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca.
Ah,
Iggy
shit!
tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow. He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You reckless child! What have you done? Luca, listen to me. Hold on tight and use the walkie-talkie to call them back. Oh, what channel do I use? It doesn't make a damn difference. They're always listening. If you do that, the clipboards will just haul us up and snag us both. The only way you get out of this is if Kerr's out of the picture. Just let go and save yourself. If he lets go, we both die. I don't want to die, but seeing the look on your face almost makes it worth it. Mr. Kerr, you've had a long life. Why don't you actually do something selfless and just let go?
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult.
Long life? I'll have you know I can still play 25! You should have heard me sing the part of Phileas
With
Young!
a wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
Wow, can you believe this guy? Huh. Good cop, hum cop.
Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack.
Good, just let go! No can do! If you want to save your friend, you'll have to save me too! Look at me. It's okay.
Luca felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
You aren't gonna kill your friend like that, are you?
Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
I'm not his friend. Yes, you are. No, I'm just a no-good bully. Like you, Kerr. Hey, no!
Luca felt his hand slipping.
And I told you what you need to do with bullies. I can't! It's your only way out of this mess. Two birds, one stone. It makes sense for us to fall together. Wax dudes travel in packadoos.
A calm settled over Iggy's face.
Luca, let me do this.
Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Let me do the right thing for once. Luca had no choice but to refuse or accept Iggy's request. Oh no! Oh no! I don't want to make this choice. I don't want to do this decision. Oh, fuck. This fucking game. Okay. Okay. I feel like accepting is going to lead to an ending. Whereas refusing might lead to more story. So let's do accept to start with. Kill the
They had
capitalist.
no
I mean, that
choice
is
but
also
to
a
accept
good
Iggy's
argument.
request.
You won't have to do the voice anymore. I will,
watched it
because
Teardrop sail
you're gonna
down
turn up
into
in
the
other
howling
timelines.
void.
But also, I do like doing the voice, so you know.
As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy.
Good. That's more than fine, Mum. Enjoy your pizzas. Also, say hi to that for me. And have a lovely rest of your evening. The VODs will be available on Twitch for a couple of weeks or so. Oh, God. He said this was a spooky game, not a depressing one. I mean, it's both. There's spookiness on some of the routes. Holy shit, though. Oh, goodbye, Iggy. Oh, hi again. Iggy, you really should step back. What? Quickly. Curious. But of course! Those fireworks Viggies must have been just the right amount of energy. We should get out of here before perennial harvest arrives. Not until you tell me what just happened! Your friend's sacrifice just saved this town. For a little while, anyway. How? Tempest liquamine is a peculiar substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself. But doing so... Excuse me. I had tacos for lunch. I'm a little gassy. But doing so requires unfathomable energy. In a closed system, that energy can only come from its surroundings. A useful side product of this property being, by adding precisely the correct amount of energy to it, one can create a cryogenic cascade. So the gunk makes things cold and the fireworks made the whole freeze over? That's one way of putting it, yes. As dumb luck would have it, the fireworks weren't strong enough to generate a runaway reaction. Shudder think what would have happened in that case.
We have some idea what that would look like.
It'll take them a good while to safely break through and access the source again. If you know all this stuff, why haven't you been helping? I have been, in my way. Each one of us has our role to play. Iggy's role, it turns out, was to buy us precious time. Mine has been to observe and wait. Wait for what? You. Me? Why? What's my role?
A fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Luca Van Horn, you are going to save the world.
With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow.
Well, this is leading to less of an ending than I expected. Oh.
Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder. Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm? Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good?
Nonsense.
I was
Okay.
even starting to like Iggy.
Yeah, right?
No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
Okay, never mind. That was an ending. Just to be continued in ad break. Did it really ad break there? Oh my god, it did. Amazing. Well, I mean, I guess the good news is that it's as much a joke either way. Oh dear. Okay. Oh gosh. Right. So, welcome in. How are you doing? Okay, do we refuse Iggy's request? It's a whole thing. Or do we be hard cop? What happened in the last hour? Welcome, Ravane. How are you doing? Okay, so in the last hour, we went back onto the route with Iggy and in the treehouse off of the branch where he got mutated in the fight with Luca. They chose to flee by using the defense turret as a sort of a zip line rather than attacking the guy whose name I really should know, but I don't, the perennial harvest guy. And they landed in a frozen wasteland that turned out to be a previous version of Beacon Pines. Turns out that the town, for whatever reason, froze over and has been moved in the past some years, which is told to us by a mysterious new little character called Nat. So yeah, Nat said, the whole town's been moved, by the way. You grew up here, but all of your memories are kind of fucked and wrong. We arrived at the source, which is apparently of some importance to the perennial harvest people, which was this big chasm in the ground. Oh, I missed a step. Because they discovered that the town is that why it's unclear if he's 6 or 12? No, that's just you. That's just you, Ravine. The source. Yeah, so Luca realized that the tree where his father was buried had been moved and got extremely sad about that. And Iggy realized that some fireworks that he had buried after he was the one who apparently burned down Rolo's family's chicken coop. He buried the fireworks as evidence and then couldn't find them later because the town had been moved. So he found his old fireworks. The plan was to use them to destroy the source, whatever it was, because they didn't know what it was beforehand. And then the perennial harvest guy turns up, and he's just like, "Hey, no, you're fucked. You're just obstacles in my grand path of destiny." And he was like, "No, fuck you. I'm gonna throw these fireworks into the source." The dude attacked Iggy, and the two were left barely grabbing on for dear life by Luca's hand. Iggy told Luca to let go because it would be the only way to stop. Why can't I remember his name? Anyway, it'd be the only way to stop Perennial Harvest Guy. Perennial Harvest Guy was like, no, like walkie-talkie the guys. Kerr, thank you. Fuck's sake. Yeah, and said Kerr, it was the only way to stop Kerr. Kerr said you should radio for the other people to come and pull them all out. And he was like, no, if you do that, they're just gonna kidnap us. For fuck's sake, this is the only way to end this. So in that last path, we accepted Iggy's request to drop him in, and Nat turned up and said, wow, we're about to go and save the world and do a big destiny thing. And then it led to a silly joke ending of, the story will be continued in Beacon Pines 2, The Revengeing, a dish best served cold. Second time's the charm. And it was very silly. So what say this time? We refuse Iggy's request. Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm. Let me do the right thing for once. Luca had no choice but to refuse Iggy's request.
Luca had no choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time, but Luca pressed the button and called out. We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror, now. A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair.
You don't reckon Mr. Kerr is actually that one actor who wrote their own, like, it's not quite an autobiography, but I guess it is an autobiography. It's just the title is very self-aggrandizing. You don't reckon it's just him, is it?
Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away.
I am somewhat concerned by the lack of any visuals for this bit. Maybe this is just another death.
A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end.
Well, okay then.
I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
Well, neither of them was anything, it seems. All right, well, in that case, how many times did I cry? I've not cried yet, but boy howdy, that last scene. I guess we're gonna go do good cop, hard cop. They needed to know, so, for those who might not have been here last time, on this route, Rollo hasn't been kidnapped, and is friends with Beck. So, you know, they, Luca and Rollo didn't have a fight. Hard, yeah, Fizzy. So yes, they're currently investigating Gran's house, because she's clearly up to some shit. Luca and, Beck saw her, and they're all sus. They found the secret room under Luca's house, and now they have, they were discovered by Hiram, what's his face? And they're about to interrogate him. So, they needed to know what Hiram was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided they'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation.
They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation. Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo swaggered past the
I
chair
am
which
extremely
propped up the
excited to
slumping
see this.
Hiram Tolliver.
Hiram Tolliver, that was it.
Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well, Mr. Tolliver.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice.
Mr. Tolliver!
Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
I said, Mr. Tolliver!
He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face.
Woohoo! Oh, I thought
Tolliver
I thought it
groaned
meant like
and slowly
smacked
lifted
him in
his
the head with it. Fucking beamed and boom.
He recoiled with a muddled
This makes
weary
more sense.
squint.
What in the
The
world?
chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Who's there?
Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk.
No, hold on. Let's just calm down.
Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in dirt. As for you, looks like you're sweating.
The doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe.
We can do this my way, or... Well, let's just say I've never needed another way.
Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall.
I love Rollo so
He
much.
slammed the table again.
Now dance!
What? I don't even...
Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
Keep knocking me down. How on earth could I dance?
Dance with your mouth, punk! Spill the beans! What are you doing poking around this house?
I'm here to help Juniper. To make sure everything's ready.
Oh, so you're in cahoots with Gran?
Gran?
Mr. Tulliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Gonna help her blow up the festival, huh?
Blow up the festival? Good lord!
His head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you've got it all wrong.
Where is she now?
She's headed to the source.
Source? What's the source?
It's where
His voice faded to a whisper.
the town began. Where it all began.
What is Operation Sparkplug?
With that, Mr. Tulliver passed out cold. Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Damn, Rollo. I think you went a little too hard on him. What did he say about the source? It's where the town began?
We need more information.
Yeah, but we better not push Mr. Tulliver any farther. Is there anyone else who might know more?
What about the History Museum? I just got set up for the it just got set up for the festival, even.
No, that town was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? The library. If there's any information about this source thing, Carter can help us find it. Let's go get some answers. Just teleport to the library, nice. Quick, tell me more about the latest issue. No spoilers, though. Fine. Be that way. This is a dang nice library.
Thanks. We work hard on it.
Aren't you a little young to be a librarian?
Oh,
Carter hang out here so much, eventually they gave him a set of keys.
I just keep an eye on the place for Miss Novak sometimes.
They got you working for free?
It's quiet and I get access to all the books I can read. What more could a person want?
Hell yeah, Carter. Fair enough.
What can I do for you all?
We need a favor.
I already told you, Enrollo. Can't put you any higher on the wait list for the next Hank Atomic. And if you're here with more candy, I'll have you know I can't be bought. Call it a personal code of conscience.
Actually, we're looking to do some research.
Now you're speaking my language.
Does that penguin have human arms? Yes! Because they're mostly a human. Come on. Guys. You're acting like you've never dealt with anthropomorphic media before. Come on. Let it slide. He's just a baby.
What are you looking for?
That's the thing. We sort of don't know.
What do you got in the history of the town?
There's the county record archives. What's in those?
Births, deaths, news... I keep forgetting my voice. It's something like this, I think. Births, deaths, newspaper clippings, stuff like that.
I've never even heard of fairies. That's strange, Fizzy. I don't recall you using the word furries. Just one more thing.
Pretty boring reading.
What's an animal?
But it do go all the way back to when the town was founded.
Great, we'll start there. You know frogs, Swam. Animals are just like frogs, but kind of different. I now challenge you to find a way to describe every animal currently on the screen as a form of frog. It's like food that moves around before you eat it.
Chapter 8. 6 feet under, 3 towns over.
Ah, see, so like salamanders, yeah.
The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tulliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst.
Oh, but you should, because it's the worst.
But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
If I have to read any more records, my eyeballs are gonna pop. We have to keep digging. If I dig another word, I'm gonna end up in one of those asinine death records.
Rollo Cotter lived a full and wonderful life till he read so much boring crud that his brain oozed out of his ears.
Rollo shut his book with an assertive nod.
If you've got a better idea, spit it out. You sound like my sister. Keep pushing your luck, pal. There won't be a boring county records to kill you. I'll put you in the obituaries myself.
Rollo muttered under his breath.
Is that Beck Cat thing an adult or just big? Just big. He's just a big kid. You're a county record. Really? That's the best you've got? You're a county record, I should say. Sorry. When I'm done with you, you'll be the footnote in history. Just
Beth
like
slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read.
Jay Hartford here. I'd love to see you try. Hey. We're a little tired here. Let's just take a minute and...
Something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Wait, what was that name back? In the obit? Jay Hartford. From the Brookville Tribune 8 years ago. That can't be right. What is it? Jay Hartford. That's my grand's name, Juniper Hartford. Maybe there were 2 Jay Hartfords? Mrs. Hartford is survived by her young daughter, E. Hartford. My mum's name is Eleanor. Okay, this is getting creepy. Your grand is 6 feet under 3 towns over. Then who am I living with?
The question hung in the air.
Whoa. Alright, gang, I gotta close up for the night.
Beck rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10. Oh, Grandpa's gonna kill me! I gotta go. Yeah, my parents will be worried sick. Okay, let's meet up as early as we can at the festival tomorrow. What are you gonna do about the unconscious man in your basement? I'll think of something. I would maybe
Luca's
not
heart was
sleep at
pounding
home
as he
tonight,
approached
Luca.
the house.
I'd maybe try and stay over at Beck's, maybe.
If he was lucky,
Or Rollo's.
Gran or whoever it was hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business.
Are we gonna kill Mr. Tolliver?
Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering.
Uh-oh.
He
Hi,
held
Gran.
perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
This is fine. This is fine. Don't worry about it. No, it's okay. You stay sleeping, Grandma. You just don't even, you're fine. Just don't even, how about you think, I mean, it feels quite likely that she's found him considering he left the fucking door open. I mean, yeah, bud. Oh, no.
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen.
Maybe he woke up, escaped from his bindings, and left without a trace.
Or maybe Gran knew everything.
Gran knows everything. What do I do?
Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Looks like we need to be another kind of cop. Okay, I can figure this out. Just need a little brain food.
Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one.
Well,
and
that
shoved
seems like a
handful into
dangerous
his mouth.
decision. I'm afraid your jam delivery will be
He
delayed.
flipped the lid to read the label.
Mr. Nuncreed. Okay, now I can think. And so Gran knows we tied up Mr. Tolliver. I'm screwed. If she doesn't know, then I need to play it cool. I guess the only option is to go to bed and act as if nothing's wrong. I don't think Mr. Tolliver finished what he was sent to do and left when he was done. I anticipate nothing going wrong with this whatsoever. Okay, nothing out there. Oh, I'm so scared. No! No! Gran? Okay, stick to the plan. Go to bed and play it cool. No! Get the fuck out of there!
As Luca
Go to
climbed the
Rollo's
final
house.
stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, His legs weakened.
Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, what was in Mr. Nuncreed's jam? Oh no.
His stride
Oh.
began to falter.
Oh god.
He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself. Something was wrong.
Come on, legs. Just a few more steps.
Luca groaned and tried to move. His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
Sweet boy. What did you get yourself into? Rest now. Let me handle everything.
Chapter 9. A speech to end all speeches.
Oh god.
Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him?
I mean, she wasn't gonna drug you. She was gonna drug Mr. Nuncreed, but then you ate his jam.
Or rather, why
There you
was she
go.
trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed?
For reasons that we'll find out once I get the right charm for that other route with him.
Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
The festival! But first I want to play with my football, hang on. It's in here somewhere, I'm sure. Maybe I'll read the next Hank Atomic real quick. I am still only 12. Yeah, Gran. You already know that I know you're up to some shady shit. You might as well just let me into every room in the house. I do like that she's not even bothered concealing this dream anymore. It's like, well, guess he knows. I thought you were 18. God damn it, Ruby. You'll get there eventually. I believe in you, buddy. Hello, Dad's corpse that is definitely here. Yes, sir. It's definitely not anywhere else. I certainly couldn't think of anywhere else where it might be. Well, howdy. Where have you been? Gran put something in the jam. Yeah, we know. Secret messages for secret conspirators. Not this one. The one intended for Mr. Duncreed. Put me to sleep. Whoa, ho, ho, ho. Sly devil. Sly? I think she's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. Have you found anything? We looked around, but I haven't seen anything odd. Your Gran is nowhere to be found. Mr. Nuncreed is just loafing around waiting for the speech. What speech? Mayor Gus just got up to the podium. Everyone's gathering at the stage. Let's get moving.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Hang on a second. There we go.
Is this thing, No, sorry, my voice is much deeper. Hello, Beacon Pines. I'm Augustus Valentine, your mayor, and, I suppose you already know that. Yes, before we get started, I just want to take a moment to recognize someone who couldn't be here today. This town wouldn't be where it is today without my father, Sharper Valentine. So I thought we could begin with a round of applause, fitting such a great man.
Even that's more than the old codger deserved.
Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
Where was I?
William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
Gus Valentine, everyone!
He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
How's this voice effect, by the way? Is it really, is it fine? I've not used it since fucking, what's his face? Let's hear it for our mayor! What a great turnout. Oh heck, I didn't prepare anything. But I suppose I could say a few words. Would be a shame to waste such a beautiful podium.
Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
Community, conviction, commitment. These are the things we celebrate at Perennial Harvest. For us, these are the pillars of the bridge to a better tomorrow. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. It's inexorable, unavoidable, and undeniable. And I am dadgum thankful for it. My God, it could never become any clearer that Rebecca chose the wrong accent for this character. But hey, here we are. Change is the reason we're all together today. It's hard for me to believe that it was only 4 years ago when fate brought me here. A simple business trip which brought me to a small town which would change my life forever.
Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd.
You know what?
Wiped away a single tear.
From the second I set foot in Beacon Pines, something about this place has held me captive. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. It was change that helped me recognize the potential of this place. To see that the people of this town, despite suffering great loss, still held on to the things that made them special.
Thumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment, change.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Fate made a perfect match that day. Nothing is more important to you all than community. And Perennial Harvest is a community first and foremost.
Made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The only way you made it through the foul harvest was an unshakable conviction. A conviction that a better tomorrow was just over the horizon. And by community, I mean a hive mind. Did I say a hive mind? I meant unified mind. We're not a cult. Perennial Harvest was founded on the conviction that we are that horizon. This festival is a symbol of our commitment to each other.
His voice began to build to a crescendo.
We now walk hand in hand into a future we will shape together. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. My We Aren't a Cult shirt is making people ask a lot of questions answered by my shirt. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish.
What was that?
The crowd began to look around nervously.
Don't worry, a little thunder isn't going to ruin this day. Everyone remain calm.
Mr. Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Through all of my travels, I have learned one true thing. One always reaps what they sow. We have all planted a lot of good in this town. And so it is with a happy heart that I can proclaim
Raised his hands up to the heavens.
our harvest away!
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched. For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end.
Well, dang.
On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end. There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything! Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again. No, I don't mean that. We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again.
We
Please.
do. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Ooh. Good cop, sly cop. Well, that's the only new thing we can do. So I get the feeling then that this is going to be like one of the last charms we get, because... Okay, yeah, we're going to need to find some way to team up with Mr. Nuncreed here. Okay, so hang on. Right, so this is... Okay. In any case, let's go be a sly cop, I guess. We'd run the classic good cop, sly cop.
They'd run the
interrogation.
classic good cop, sly cop interrogation.
Oh, this is
Luke
gonna be
and Willow
Beck.
ducked behind a barrel,
Yeah,
leaving
sure
Beck to
enough.
her task.
Cute.
With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
People can be sly without being foxes. Uh-huh. What's going on here? Hey, you're that Modeville girl. Please, call me back. Sorry about all
Mr.
this.
Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
It seems there's been a mix-up. You see, I'm down here for the same reason you are. Juniper sent you here?
Beck caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy.
You know how Juniper is with her precautions. Operation Sparkplug has us all on edge. I guess she thought she needed some backup. But she sent a child? What better way to avoid prying eyes? Who would suspect a kid? I suppose that makes sense.
Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Beck quickly removed the ropes.
That had to be uncomfortable. A little, yeah. But you understand. We never know who to trust in this town.
Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. So, turns out we're both here
Beck
to...
twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought.
destroy the evidence.
Beck shook her head and clicked her tongue.
Yep, the old gal is nothing if not thorough.
Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement.
Beck is so good at this. She sure is. Can't blame her, though. If anyone were to find out that we're going to destroy the source, well, we both know how bad that might be. No one will know anything once I finish cleaning things up down here.
Beck was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
You're sure you can finish this up on your own? Juniper trusted me for a reason. You can leave the rest to me. Good, there is one more loose end I'll go work on. Loose end? It's nothing, really. The other day I had the radio on scan while restocking the candy shelf, and wouldn't you know it, I intercepted an odd phrase in the Perennial Harvest transmission. Underground secrets. That's ominous. I think it might be a password, but Juniper dismissed it. Said it wasn't mission critical. What's the password for? We don't know. So we have a password and nowhere to put it? It's gotta mean something, right? Good thinking. You should probably go work that out. I got this under control. That's a relief. Between you and me, this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
So good. You guys catch that? Sure did. This whole time, Mr. Tolliver's had a candy shelf, but all he ever sells is his apples.
Beck blinked slowly in disappointment.
Oh, Rollo. Never change, my sweet child. The password, Rollo. Well, sure, but once things are back to normal, I'll be having a word with Mr. Tolliver about that candy shelf. Fine. In the meantime, I've got an idea.
She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
He said he had a password on the radio.
Any good spy transmission is never what it seems.
Beck marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
We just need to find the hidden meaning. Okay. What's another word for underground? Buried, covered. Could it be a cover-up? Maybe it's one of those each letter is a number thingies? So U would be 21, N would be 14, D would be... Ooh! It's an anagram! Duncreed's Drugstore!
Luca and Beck looked at Rollo with amazement.
Bro, that was incredible. Or it's either that or Kren's new drugstore. They're both very important businesses here, although Kren's has been out of business for about a year or so. Yeah, I think you were right the first time. Rolla plays a lot of words on the stream. The word is Corsair. It's Corsair! How did you do that? What can I say? I love ciphers. Well, I guess you know where to go next. Rebecca! Tom! How's it going? It's going good. We've had a lot of endings. Oh, a lot has happened. Which we'll maybe go into, but maybe I'll just leave it for the VOD, because so far it's not super crazy. But we've failed a lot. Actually, some of it is probably super important. Anything that comes up, I'll explain. But for now, all you need to know is we played Good Cop, Sly Cop, and Beck was amazing. And then Roller was amazing at solving an anagram. So, hooray for failing a lot! Woo! Well, I guess we know where to go next. We better get to Duncreed's. Okay, but can I quickly visit my dad's fishing spot? Uh-oh, this is probably fine. You scared me half to death. Oh, sorry. You kids haven't seen Mr. Tolliver around, have you? Nope. He's got me waiting around like the last pie. I swear that man will be late to his own funeral. I mean, that's usually the idea, yeah. Nice. Okay, you guys, I know we're in a rush here, but real quick. Crooked!
Tied a bent nail onto the line.
Oh, this is scary.
If all you have is a hammer.
Give it a good cast now.
You can never truly escape it. Thank you, Ravine. Me, when I hear that they're doing a film adaptation of a book or a video game or something that I really liked, and you know, I'm a little hesitant, but I think it could work as long as they have the right actors and everything. I think to the casting director, give it a good cast. That was so fucking stupid. Oh, God. Right. It's a photo of you and Uncle Joseph. Let me see that. Huh. Look at those two young fools. I mean, I understood where you were going. How did I end up at the bottom of the pond?
Who can say? Some things are just hard to explain.
I miss Uncle Joseph. How come he doesn't come fishing with us anymore?
He's, busy with his new job at Valentine's.
What's the new job got to do with him fishing with us?
It's complicated. Like I said, some things are hard to explain.
Okay, bye, Dad. Hey guys, wait up a sec. I'm so chill. Yep. You'd never guess. Uh-oh. You're late, Augustus.
Sorry, sister. Was caught up with work.
Work? You?
I had a few more details to lock down for the festival.
Oh, what do you have to report? What is this insipid town festival really about?
I think
Gus looked around nervously.
I think Mr. Kerr really does just want to do something good for the town. He's actually a pretty nice guy. You should spend some time with him.
I didn't pull strings installing you as mayor so that you could make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Kerr and Perennial Harvest's true intentions are with this town. We have a responsibility. This is our father's town.
Was.
Excuse me?
This was our father's town. He's gone, Eris. He isn't coming back. Father left us with nothing but problems. Mr. Kerr came here and offered to help us. We accepted that help.
We didn't agree to them turning Father's warehouse into a toxic dumping ground.
That's just a temporary arrangement.
The glow can be seen from our down backyard. They are dumping their nasty little secrets on us. When this all goes inevitably wrong, who do you think will be blamed?
Eris's cry hung in the air.
We have a new choice to make now, sister. This town is gonna change whether we like it or not. Are we gonna choose to be a part of that future, or be forgotten in the past?
Probably Iggy. It's a shame. Father named you Augustus, but you will always just be a Gus.
Good night, Eris. I'll see you at breakfast tomorrow.
Hi, Eris. It's getting late, children. It sure is. Oh, hey. Got any words of wisdom for us? Knowledge, he spat with a sneer. There exists a gulf between knowing something and being able to do a damn thing about it. I do hate when the villain makes a good point. Oh, God. We better get to Nuncreeds. We probably had better get to Nuncreeds, but I want to explore. There might be charms for us to find.
Oh yeah, well, Father named you Eris, but you'll always just be, heir.
Yeah, wow, that really stung. Ow. Well, it doesn't look like there's anything interesting to do there then. Let's get the fuck out of here. Hello. You with your little bag lunch.
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
Ugh. Whoa. Blech. Blech. Hey, Solomon. We're looking for Mr. Nuncreed. Is he still in there? I'm afraid not. Then where did you get the candy from? You might say we have an arrangement.
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Any? Because having any in your mouth is disgusting. Sometimes there's small pleasures in life. And we might not always have family to rely on. Licorice has never let me down. Well, I can't say licorice would be my first choice. But whatever floats your boat. You tell a lot about a person by their choice of confection. Oh, yeah, I guess. Don't tell Solomon about alcohol. Michael, welcome in. I like sour gobs. I'm certain you do. I always wondered why Mr. Nuncreed kept licorice in stock. You just eat enough of it to make it worthwhile. There are many ways to earn loyalty. For some, it's as easy as cold hard cash. So long, peasant. Well, he's right. It's locked. There's gotta be more clues. Okay, let's see. Is Solomon a mafia boss child? No, Solomon is Eris's ward. There was the whole thing where it stipulated in her father's will that she would only get her inheritance if she took on Solomon as her ward, essentially. Yeah, for example, if someone chooses black licorice, they're a weirdo. Exactly. They're a damned fool. Most of my family loves licorice, but, black licorice, that is. But both me and Rach hate it, so we've always got each other's back on that one. Snowraith, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream?
What did you get up to? Who did you kill? I don't know if you played a game where you kill people. But how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Okay, let's see. What if I just keep working on that door? Diddy, welcome in. How are you doing? Nope. Okay, that's nothing doing. Rebecca, you're looking very spooky. Uneventfully achieved gender equal inheritance in evils, but hell yeah! That's what I'm talking about. Krebuka. Probably. I'll be honest, the lore on what exactly I'm doing, like what flavor of spooky I am, is a little unclear. Now, I do know that this telephone box does something different. Because we died to that one time. We sure did fall afoul of that. So I guess we'll go do it now, because it's the only thing to do. Very tired, but 1 more hour of work and I'm free for the week. Hell yes. Power through, Teddy. You got this. I believe in you. Have you ever seen anyone actually use this thing? Says Mr. Nuncreed, no.
Beck
Flavor
cupped
of
her
spooky's
hands
built.
on the
It's true.
glass to peek inside.
That is not a normal phone booth. It's got like a blinky keypad. Why would there be a blinky keypad? Cren's Nude Rug Store! I mean, Underground Secrets! The password!
Beck flung open the door, and they all squeezed in.
Cren's Nude Rug Store. So I just noticed you have like those crowds. You didn't notice the last time? Yeah. It's covered in little crabs. Alright, let's see here.
Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Underground Secrets. Sounds like that did something. Great. Now what? I guess we... Ah!
The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground.
Whoa.
The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
You have to remember, it's not a weekend and I'm not sick. I'm on my... Okay, that's... You know what? That is fair. I'll grant you that. I knew it. You knew that there was a secret hub full of strange tubes under the phone booth? Of course I did. Didn't I say that? No. I definitely thought it. Luke, do you remember when I said how cool it would be if the transdimensional conduits from Hank Atomic issue 12 were real? Rello, at one point or another, you've said that about every technology ever discussed in Hank Atomic. That's why I'm such a good predictor. It looks like each of these has something written on them. If someone finds you down here, just tell them you're selling those nice nude rugs, yeah. We are Kren. Ooh. This suit has a broken mask. Krebs Nude Rug Store! Rachel, come in, how are you doing? I'm glad you managed to make it to this one. I remember you saying, oh no, I missed the last one and I just finished this game. So no spoilers, or I will disown you as my sister. I'll do it, I've done it before. So we found our mystery warehouse creeper. We've at least found their hazmat suit. If it walks like an Uncreed and talks like an Uncreed, let's not jump to conclusions. Just saying. You've done before? Yeah. I spoiled. Thank you. That's all I ask. Yeah. Rach knows we used to have 17 sisters. Now it's just the 2 of us. Just gonna ban me. Yeah, exactly. I'm not afraid to ruin my family ties for the sake of video games. Mining Operations Alpha. You guys have mines here? Not that I know of. This town's full of farms and fertilizer. And a series of tubes. Paul always says you can only trust a miner up to the point when they hit gold. Not sure how that wisdom applies in this exact situation. I haven't been able to pay attention properly until now. How gay is this? Not hugely, although, yeah, the little cat, Beck, has 2 mums. So, you know, not zero gay. There's lesbians, but they're evil. I don't know that the lesbians are evil. One of them works for an evil corporation, for sure. 10% gay? Yeah. Some gay, but it doesn't seem to be a big thing. That's the thing about Pa. You don't always realize what it means until it's too late. Well, that's not helpful. Perennial Harvest main office. That's where my mum works. What does she do? Sign stuff. They're evil, but only because they are adults, and all the adults are evil in this town in some capacity. Yes, I'll allow the term "you're gay." There's a less than optimum amount of gay. You're gay though, so that ups. That is true. I mean, yeah, there's. Yes, it does hate big gay. Stop setting off my fucking auto mod. Right, I'm fucking done. You guys, you had your chance. I told you to stop, but here you are. Bye. I was extremely tempted to like fully stop the stream as the goof, but I didn't know if that would cause problems. So fuck you guys. I'm so angry. If you keep this up, I'm gonna turn on emote only mode. And then I'll regret it because it makes it very hard to interact with chat. Notice bi as fuck was alright with Automod. Maybe Automod says bi rights, but not gay rights. It's a very weird kind of bigoted. Is she involved in all of this? We just moved here. How could she be involved? True. I don't know, though. Like, our Gran just moved here, and she's, like, the head of the whole thing. Valentine Fertilizer Warehouse. Isn't that where you almost got snatched? Yeah. Why would Perennial Harvest have a tube going to the old Valentine place? This is starting to feel like something big. Lesbians as fuck. That's a lot of buttons. Stand aside, Earthlings. I read enough Hag Comic to know my way around Sapphire Tech.
Willow's hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Although I wouldn't recommend it. Eeny, meeny, miny. Oh. Rula, what did you do? Nothing. I didn't even mow yet. What was that? Hide. Where? There's nothing but weird tubes down here. Just get back. Well, hi, Mr. Nuncreed.
Shit.
Shit. Awesome!
You all need to come with me now.
We aren't going anywhere with you. Not until we get some answers. I love that's Nuncreed's reaction to everything. Yeah, fair. Mr. Underground Secrets.
I told them it was an absurd password. But they love anything that makes them feel clever.
They who?
That's no matter. If I can keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins.
We don't care about our skins. Hold on now. I like my skin. This all stops now, Nuncreed.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
You sound just like him.
Who?
Walt.
You don't get to talk about my dad.
You know, your father and I were friends back before
He gestured toward the strange tubes.
all of this.
That's a lie.
It's true. I used to bounce you on my knee.
What happened?
Same thing that always happens. Reality, complications, life. And we were a team, Walt and I. An idealistic doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist. Both hell-bent on helping folks.
So you were his sidekick?
No. We were partners. He helped patients, and I helped him.
Yep, total sidekick.
Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh.
Same things always happens. Got too big for the knee. Same thing as always happens. Knee starts to get bad. You know how it is. Spend a lot of time walking around. Put a lot of weight on it. It's a tough situation. Luca, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day, Sharper Valentine comes to us. Says he's got an opportunity. He found something he didn't quite understand.
Why is it getting really good now? I have to leave. I'm sorry, Swamp. But the VODs will be available for a while, so make sure to take the chance to watch them.
And he was willing to pay us both handsomely to help him understand it.
And my dad said no.
Your father and I both believed in helping people. But the thing I could never get him to understand was it's a lot easier to help others if you help yourself now and then.
Classic sidekick into villain plotline.
Walt loved being righteous, almost more than he loved his family. He was wrong about one thing, though. When he begged me not to take Valentine's offer, he said, Joseph, if a person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, he'll make sure they keep on saying yes to him until the day he's dead and gone.
He shook his head wistfully.
Sharper's long gone, but he still got me saying yes.
Is there a point to this sob story?
Not really, no. Just an old man trying to delay what needs doing.
Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children.
I tried to keep you safe. I tried to keep you and Juniper out of this.
Everyone in chat is working to guide future Swamp to where they were.
But you forced my hand.
Luca began to laugh.
What?
You really don't know? My gran isn't out of this. She's been scheming right under your nose.
Juniper?
Seems like she's planning on crashing the town's party. Tony!
Subscription Quebec Heku.
Subscription Quebec Heku. Tony, thank you so much for the subscription for 18 months. What the actual fuck? That's a crime. I'm reporting you to me. Rebecca. What? Tony's been subscribed for 18 months. Are you... Alright, I'll write up an arrest warrant. See that you do. TTS is great. I misread it as first as well. Seems like she's planning on crashing the town's party. Reporting for Horny Jail. Woo!
She's going to disrupt the festival? Why would she?
Color drained from Nuncreed's face.
How does she know?
Apparently she knows a lot of things.
What?
Let's just say this isn't the only underground lab we've busted into today. And honestly, hers is way cooler. It's got maps and explosives and bad intentions, big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic.
You need to tell me what she's going to do right now. She doesn't understand what it is she's messing with. Tell me now! She's in danger, boy!
I don't know. She had a map with a mark on the fountain in town square.
The fountain? But why
A
would...
jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
She knows about the source?
What the heck is the source?
If she tries to destroy the source, it could catalyze and... Oh dear God, she's gonna freeze us all!
Look at his ears go.
You all need to run!
Run where?
Away! As far away from this town as you can get. Head west and don't look back.
I presume this is why the town froze to death that one time. Those 2 times. Ah, there we are. That did not go how I expected. So, we're totally following him, right? Totally. See you on the other side. Hey! You good? Yep. Ah! I love this town. Woo!
Chapter
I'm beginning
8.
to think this isn't about Matt Gran and Mr. Tolliver winning the pie contest after all. Oh, you went here for the other freezing. That's fair enough then.
The cold, hard truth. Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth.
Oh, Rollo.
Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
Ah! 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 That was intense. Yeah. I think I might have put some fluids in there. Any idea where we are? Somewhere cold. Doesn't look like it got on any of us. Didn't feel like we traveled that far. So where did it all go? Rollo asking the important questions. This place sucks. I don't even want to blow something up out here. Only one way to find out, I suppose. You've got to catch up to Nuncreed. I think he went this way. But what if he went this way? Gosh, there's nothing of import over here. Boy howdy, nothing worth knowing about up in this screen, no sir. I love the way they're so cute. These little babies. This looks familiar, yeah. Maybe we can clear off the snow. No time, Nuncreed's getting away. We already revealed that twist in a different timeline. This is not the time. Hip, 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 hip. That's so cute. Wait, can we dig up some fireworks over here? Dang. Okay, this is starting to feel really familiar. I may not be the most well-versed in all things Beacon Pines. This does look like some sort of frozen replica of town. Ah, I got it! It's so obvious now! Mr. Nuncreed is an alien! Rollo. Stick with me here. His species can only live in sub-zero temperatures. Ah, fine, here we go. The source is their base camp dimensions, and naturally they kept it cold. We found it by traveling through these metallic wormholes back there. Final objective, kill us all and shapeshift into a Beacon Pine citizen of their choosing. You never really had me, but you very much lost me there. You get used to it. We should keep moving. It's not the worst explanation. Ah, he's a sweet baby. Never change, Rollo. You must be protected at all costs. Your little hat. His little stupid hat. It helps him think. What a dweeb.
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town
Oh,
square,
hi!
they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly.
He
as if
still
approaching
scratched
a
his belly,
beast
like-
in the wild.
Well, I know everything's dreadful here, but I do have an itch.
Keeps a very small bit of his head fur warm.
Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
Juniper, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I assure you this is not going to solve anything. If you drop that, you've doomed this whole town.
Oh, it wasn't me who doomed this town. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you've done. You and your co-conspirators. Gran? What's happening? Luca, you and your friends need to leave right this moment.
Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Listen to your grandma, Luca. This is between me and Juniper.
Rollo and Beck held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
You've got it all wrong, Juniper. Just hand over that torch. You don't understand what you're doing.
How could I possibly trust you to do the right thing? Walt told me everything. He trusted you, and you betrayed that trust. Luca,
Did you know that this man's entire life is a lie? If it weren't for him, your father might still be alive.
Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened.
Dooming Downs is my passion.
It's not true.
They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
Walt was like a brother to me. We just had different ideas about how to affect change.
Very convenient that your way just happened to line your pockets.
Now that's not fair.
They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge. Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage.
And in the stillness, he began to... began to shit. He began to chill. He began to ponder. He began to strain. He began to tickle. In the stillness, he began to weep.
And in the stillness, he began to weep. It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow. Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary.
This will all make sense soon, Luca. Then everything can go back to normal. I promise.
She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed.
You can't hide behind those people any longer, Joseph. Once their precious source is destroyed, we'll see where their loyalties fall.
Juniper, don't!
Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness.
Uh-oh. Gran, this is a bad idea.
She smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud.
You see, Joseph, I've learned one very important lesson in life. If you want things to change, you must be willing
Before
to...
Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence. Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luca. Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror, there was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end. Well, that was dire. On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from. Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature.
Great! No, I love that for me. That sounds great. Ideal, perfect. No worries here. No, sir. Nope, everything's fine. However, it's been 2.25 hours. I've not taken a break yet. And this seems like a pretty good point to take a break, because also I suspect... I don't know, actually. I feel like this is going to finish a branch soon. I think this is going to be like another, no matter what you do, nothing changes. But I think it is going to unlock what else we can do with Mr. Nuncreed here. And that'll be our big path. But we'll see. In any case, I'm going to take a break for 10, 15 minutes? 15 minutes to watch the first half of the stream. Yeah, take this chance to scroll through, see if you can find what we've missed. Yes.
Otherwise, though, do please look after yourselves. Get a drink, get a snack, have a bit of a break from your screens, maybe. And I'll be back in 15 minutes or so. Bye-bye. And we're back. I hope you all had a nice break and did something. But that's entirely up to you. I'm not your dad. Yet. Right, let's see what happens if Luca begins to hum then. In the stillness, he began to hum.
And in the stillness, he began to hum. After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping.
What the hell? And why am I here? I don't know, kid. That's... I don't know, sport.
Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind. The only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud. Gran lowered the torch, listening closely.
So the frozen original town was just sprint through the woods away? How did they not find that in 6 years? I guess maybe a combination of always being fenced up and them spending all of their time in mission control rather than anything else. Wow, being 6 really escalated. Gran lowered the torch, listening closely.
As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note. Luca lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother.
How do you know? So sorry, my little buckaroo. Buckaroo. The only people who call me that are my dad and your mother.
Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother, only smaller, older, changed.
Oh shit, did she get gooped? Mom? That's right, buckaroo. Mom!
Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies.
Eleanor? I thought you were...
Gone? You should have known I would never abandon my son.
Eleanor looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
How?
You're a smart man, Joseph. I thought you'd have pieced it together by now.
You were exposed.
I don't understand any of this. What happened to you? Where did you go? Why did you leave me? I never left you. I was always right here, Luca. Why did you lie to me? You tore me up, Luca, but I did it to keep you safe. I thought that getting answers would help us both move on. But the more I discovered, the more I realized the danger we were in. Until perennial harvest was stopped, it was better if everyone thought I was gone. You could have trusted me! These are bad people, Luca. They won't stop until they get what they want. And they don't care who gets hurt in the process. Then, what do we do? We have to stop them!
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
I'll be frank, I didn't expect this to... Neither did I. Until, when they started humming, I was a bit like... Is there a chance? But I was like, no, that seems a bit far-fetched. But no, it does kind of make sense, huh?
They can't be stopped. This is too big.
Also, like, yeah, like thinking back to Juniper's obituary. I tried beating them at their own game. I'm done fighting fire with fire.
For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again.
No more lies. I see now there's a better way to stop perennial harvest. The cold, hard truth.
Luca gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Come on, everyone. We've got a party to crash. What did you do, Joseph? What did you do?
You don't understand. He always wins.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago, Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under perennial harvest.
What did you do to Krend and his new drugs, Joseph? I'd let myself get gooped if I could have hair like Grandma. Could you just dip your hair in? That's the trick. That's the trick. That's what happened with Beck. She got that cool little bit of grey hair, that cool little tuft. If you just dip your hair in, you're sorted.
She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency.
Ideal. Sign me up for the subscription box. The subscription box of nuclear goop.
She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant.
Mr. House always wins?
It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus Liquamen. There were dozens of them, every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod.
I mean...
Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
Well, there you go then. Age Goop. You've heard of products to fight off aging, but how about controlled acceleration? And that... Wait, I've not got the... Hang on. The microphone. There we go. Sorry, a bit of a technical fault there. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? This man is a liar. Excuse me? I will not. And is she... Yeah, she's close enough to be considered on the mic, just so I don't have to keep turning voice mod on and off. Is it finally anagram time? This town has a dangerous secret, and perennial harvest only exists to keep it hidden. Nonsense. They picked up the whole damn town and moved it right under our noses. You aren't making any sense, dear.
Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Imagine such a thing. It's absurd and just plain impossible. They promised they could fix the foul harvest. They told us they would clean this place up. We just had to leave town for a few days.
But while they had us evacuated,
Mrs. Hartford, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to...
you're afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? You sniveling little worm.
This is growing tiresome.
A little help, please. Don't you all see? This festival is a sham! An excuse to have the whole town gather in one place. They're planning something awful. I don't know what, but these people are wicked.
Don't listen to her. She has absolutely no proof.
I am the proof. I'm Eleanor Van Horn.
Whispers filtered through the crowd.
Well, aren't you just sneaky as the dickens?
We all knew Valentine's fertilizer was too good to be true. And now this whole town is paying the price.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am so sorry about this disruption. My associates will take this obviously disturbed woman somewhere comfortable, so that she can get the help she needs.
She's not the one who's disturbed. You two-timing clown! You all know there's something wrong with this town. It was just easier to look the other way. The truth is...
Okay, Solomon, what are you about to reveal? I wonder. Wait. Oh shit. Are you you're the fucking... You're what's his face? Oh. God damn it. You're the original Sharper, that was it. Sharper de-aged. Yeah, 100%. 100%. No, it's just a genuine walk through that forest over there, and none of us noticed for 6 years. That's quite enough, Mr. Nuncreed.
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncreed's face.
Yes, sir.
Take them away. I'm not gonna turn the microphone back on, it takes too long. No, I want them to see this. One goop makes aging, one reverses. Ah, the ever-tempestuous Eleanor Van Horn. You've been quite the thorn in my side. Like a weed that's burrowed in where it doesn't belong. I'll be honest, I kind of suspected this from the moment they had, that it was stipulated in the will. Also, I just noticed these little bunny babies over on the right. Look at them. Look at those tiny, identical babies. It's a little sus, actually. I'm a bit scared. Like a weed that's burrowed in where it doesn't belong. I must confess, you look dreadful.
He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Consider yourself in rare company. You managed to pull one over on me. It won't happen again. I knew you had some sort of plan to disrupt our little party. But alas, I expected something a bit more impressive than incoherent rambling. No matter, your failures are yours to bear. Mr. Kerr? Yes, sir? It's a shame it was cut short, but I thank you for that rousing oratory. This plot is a lot like Boss Baby, if you think about it. Get out. I will take it from here. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. You have done quality work for me, William. You can look forward to the recompense we agreed upon.
Kerr gave a bow of deference.
Founder, you are most gracious.
Gasps rippled through the crowd.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
And face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist. A hushed horror gripped the crowd. This is a story about change.
What? No!
Ah, so you didn't see that coming. Good.
Sharper examined his new hands.
Well, this is quite the improvement. Everything looks so much smaller now. Eleanor was right about one thing. This festival was a ruse. I wanted you all to witness my glorious return with your own eyes. Why does everyone look so downtrodden? This is a celebration, people. Maybe it will help if we set the mood. Mr. Kerr, be a dear and reveal the sign. Wonderful.
Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
I did notice that Valentine would be part of the Perennial Harvest anagram, but the rest doesn't make much sense. Hang on. It was pushing. Yeah, so seemingly they were working on some formula to age or de-age someone. But what we had found in the past was like the toxic runoff, stuff that didn't work properly, thus which mutated Iggy in the other timelines. Shit, I should have read properly.
Sharpie, you malicious bastard! I've forgotten my voice. It wasn't like this. Hang on. It was something like that, but I feel like I was more man like this. I think, Sharpie, you malicious bastard. Malice. Oh, I'm glad you're back so I can tell you to your face. You destroyed this town. We ain't gonna let you get away with it again.
Sorry, this is not the time for audience participation. Some assistance, Mr. Kerr?
Civilian Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards.
You coward!
Does anyone else have anything to contribute?
A helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
I thought so. Did you all truly believe you could be free of me? A town of complete and utter fools. You people should be celebrating my return. You're clearly lost without me. And that leads me nicely to my children.
Daddy?
I gave you both the greatest gift a parent can give. The opportunity to prove yourselves in my absence. Squandered. To say I am disappointed would be an understatement. Billions.
But,
Silence, Augustus. An adult is speaking. I don't know which is worse. A son who is completely hopeless, or a daughter with such potential who inevitably lets me down. Eris, you fail me with admirable consistency. Thankfully, I was counting on it this time.
Father, I...
Have been... No, there we go. Have been wasting time, my dear. What have you accomplished?
I was focused on cementing our legacy.
Legacy? Who needs a legacy when you can just live forever?
But what about...
It's all right, kiddo. I'm afraid you suffer from a complete lack of imagination. There's just no helping it. Now, where is Joseph? You didn't take the opportunity to slip off, did you? Ah, there he is. Everyone should give him a hand. None of this would have been possible without Joseph.
I think you've said enough.
Nonsense. The people deserve to know how helpful and loyal you've been.
I only did what I did because he left me no choice.
You always had a choice, Joseph. You were simply too weak to take it. No matter, cheer up. You're about to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. You should follow Mr. Kerr's example. We couldn't have done it without your nude rugs, Joseph. When I found him, he was in a sorrier state than any of you. An aging actor desperate to recapture his youth. He played his part, and soon he'll be able to play the leading man again. Forever, in fact, if he remains loyal. That goes for all of you. Well, those who haven't already frittered away my goodwill. Beacon Pines is mine again, and I am willing to share its spoils in exchange for absolute loyalty.
Are you saying William Kerr was never in charge of Perennial Harvest?
You think that puffed up blatherskite could have accomplished all of this? Dawn, I suppose it's time for your big exclusive.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous.
You see, I needed a figurehead to hold things down while I orchestrated my return. Someone to misdirect, lie, and bilk this town for a spell. So I invented William Kerr. Take your bow. You've earned it.
Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Patrick C. Montesquieu, thespian extraordinaire, at your service. Fucking called it. Founder, I just want to thank you again for this opportunity. It truly was the role of a lifetime.
Wait, so this Bill Kerr was a patsy the whole time?
Bum 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 ba-la-dum ba-da-la-dum ba-dum ba-da.
Now that your secret out in the open, what's to stop this town from rising up against you?
Oh, that's the delicious part. Fear. Thanks to our clipboards, I know what each and every person in this town fears most. And I will make those fears manifest for anyone who steps out of line. The choice is simple.
I'm not afraid of you.
Oh, the young hero. I've kept a keen eye on you, boy. You and your friends made a habit of disrupting my plans. What a pity. If things would have gone a bit differently, you might have had your moment of triumph. That's fate for you.
You can't do this.
Oh, but I can. I have won. Never underestimate what a great man can do, given time. And now time is my plaything. Perhaps the most expensive thing I've ever bought. But well worth it.
Your evil plan is to hope that people say the truth on market research?
Sharper puffed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
Enough chit-chat. Let's get to work, shall we?
And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous, a secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer. The end.
Heck.
This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now. You can feel it, right?
Welcome in, Mecca. I'm doing alright, thanks. How are you doing?
We can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing. Let's see.
This is a story about climate change. Fuck. He's causing an ice age to sell fertilizer? He's causing an ice age, presumably to keep up his youth thing. Not entirely sure what's the deal with the fertilizer, but okay. Okay, so we've used up all of the other options we've had so far, I think. Sure enough. But let's take a look at Mr. Nuncreed. So Luca has, in this path, I believe he has been to the factory on his own. I think Rolo was held up by his sister. He went to the factory and escaped, and is now running away.
I was in doctor's office and managed to read all 400 plus pages of the street code. That's... wow. That's quite a wait. Well, good luck with you getting your license, though. There was a malice lurking behind those eyes. And where Rolo's gone missing, the fight was diffused, but Bet got splashed. Right. Thank you.
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes, like a trap ready to spring. Luca felt the weight of Nuncreed's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there.
Get out of there. Get out of there. I just... this ought to be over.
Of course. I'm sure it'll all work out soon enough.
I should get going. I told Roxy I'd check for Rolo at the treehouse.
Luca twisted free of Nuncreed's grasp.
Not like the ending where you threw the shithead into the pit more. Well, that may still happen this time. You cold? Not particularly. Why?
Of course. Luca, you know your dad and I were good friends back in the day.
I am a ghost, yes, I think. I'm something. I'm some kind of spooky thing for Halloween.
You can come to me with anything. Anything at all.
Hey, do you wanna throw me in the phone booth and murder me? How's that for an idea? What about that, huh? What's up, dingus? Fine then. Just because I call you a dingus, you suddenly don't want to talk anymore. Solomon! And who's this? What are you up to, little tiny other one? I'm very suspicious of you. These festival decorations are a bit humdrum. Now, if I were to throw a festival, it would be a thing to behold. I agree, this is all more than a little sad. It's worse than sad. It's boring. What if we did a little something to spice things up? I'm listening. You know that festival sign waiting to be unveiled? It would be a shame if someone...
The two scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
It would be a shame if someone changed it to Sharper Valentine Festival. So just noticed something unless I looked at it, it said Harper Valentine's and I almost made a joke about it. Oh, Ravine, bless your soul. Well, I mean, if you're gonna go mess with the sign, you're going the wrong direction, but okay. Wait. Oh, fine. Identify yourself, please. Nellie Mordwell. I work here now. I am unable to locate you on our staff roll. Oh, I don't officially start until tomorrow. Mr. Kerr said I could come in early tonight to get a few things done. Hold, please. Clearance authorized. Thank you. Our harvest awaits. Wait. He looked down and muttered in a gruff voice even. Mama always told me my problems would look smaller once I grew up. My problems always seemed to grow right along with me. Heavens, I sense big trouble ahead. Oh, you don't know the half of it, sister. Or maybe you do. No touch. I'm being obedient this time, okay? I'm having the opposite of a rebellious phase. An acquiescent phase. Six-year-old having 12-year-old problems.
Whoa! You can get a wrench to the noggin sneaking up on a guy like that. Don't scare a man while he's junking, sonny.
Evening, Jeff. Isn't it kind of late to be junking?
I might as well ask the same thing to you.
Found anything good?
Bah, ever since Perennial Harvest moved in, even the junk is trash. You can learn a lot about a person by looking what they throw away. This bunch is all shredded paper and coffee cups.
Well, I'd better get going.
I didn't see nothing, you didn't see nothing.
See what?
Exactly.
Okay, Jeff. Looking forward to the timeline where you save us all. Do we have any new fishing bait? I don't feel like we do, but no, sure enough.
Luca, good for
Good for you. You're a good cast now. Rolo?
He aired a long holler into the woods.
Rolo! Rolo, wherever you are, I hope you're okay.
Luca felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag. He conceded to its lumpy embrace.
Come on, Rolo. I mean, I know you're not gonna, because I know where
Once
this
again,
leads, but
Luca found himself in a vast black expanse. This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting.
Luca knows about the source in this timeline.
Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Luca stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket. A keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. "You made me proud, Buckaroo." Luca turned to face him. "Dad, what is this place?" A warm grin grew across his father's face. "A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together." Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail.
And he realized it was his own face. Fuck!
Wait? For what? Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward. "That's up to you." Without knowing why, Luca began to weep.
Oh no.
Is any of this real? Are you real? Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear.
He's his own dad.
Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me. Luca turned to look at the older version of himself. And you? The doppelganger choked back tears. I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone. Does that make sense? Through his tears, Luca laughed. I think so. His father pulled him in for an embrace. Time to go, Buckaroo.
And he died on the spot.
Luca was startled from his dream by a banging on the floor.
Oh, I've got to get this up now. Are you in there?
A commanding voice rumbled from below. Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open. Chapter 5. Dangers big and small.
Well, that's not great.
Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight.
Oh, is it Mr.
Keeping
Nungreed?
his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
Oh! Well, yeah. Well, okay. Stop right there, or I'll.
Sheesh, I know it's dark and all, but I figured you'd recognize me.
Who are you?
The large figure cocked its head inquisitively.
Stop now, or I'll club at you with a baseball bat.
Whoa, take it easy. Luca, you need to get your head checked. It's me, Rolo.
Nice try, but I know you aren't Rolo. You're like one of his random uncles or something. Where is he?
Uncle? Luca, quit messing around. It's me,
If it really is you, prove it.
Flaming Chicken Coop, Luca.
Luca's jaw dropped. He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rollo. Only bigger, older, changed.
Rollo. How? What happened to you?
When I was running away, I ran into more people in those yellow suits. They grabbed me and dragged me away.
What? Where did they take you?
No, threw a bag over my head. It was cold and smelled like a swimming pool. I think it was an underground lab or something. They made my hands all big. Look!
Rollo proudly presented his hands to Luca.
Pretty sweet, right? I mean, wouldn't be my first pick for superpower. But beggars can't be choosers.
Rollo, it wasn't just your hands.
My feet, too? Dang, Pa just made me new shoes. Wait, Luca, why are you so small?
See, Rollo skipped straight from 6 to 18 after all. Ravane, I have never been more tempted to ban you. Just time you out for 24 hours. Just like, go away.
Luca moved to the side and pointed Rollo to his reflection in the balcony window.
Rollo, how did you not notice you were so much taller the whole time?
What the...
His hands shot up to his face.
Holy Toledo!
Rollo, what do they do to you?
They made me drink some sort of green crud.
Ew.
It actually wasn't too bad. Kinda tastes like licorice. I passed out and woke up like this. Then I sorta smashed open my cage and escaped.
Whoa, you smashed open a cage?
Kinda. At least I think I did. It's all a bit of a blur.
They had you in a cage. Who are these people? I don't know who did this to you, but we're gonna fix it.
Fix it? This is awesome!
Well, I'm just glad you're safe now.
Look, you don't need to worry about me. Sure, I got snatched, but look at it this way. I got snatched. I know where snatched people go. We may finally have a lead on what happened to your family.
Maybe you're right, but this all seems dangerous.
Danger.
Rollo shadowboxed a few jabs.
I'll take them all on.
Hey fellas, what's up?
With a yelp, Rollo dove behind Luca.
Ah! Take cover!
Did I come at a bad time?
Who the heck are you?
This is Beck. Sorry, something truly bizarre just happened. I need help. I didn't know where else to go. So, you're just hanging out here with your large adult friend? No, this is my buddy Rollo. This is your missing friend? One and the same. He seems a little old.
I'll have you know this is a recent development.
What the heck does that mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're the one who just showed up out of nowhere. So we'll be asking the questions here.
That's fair. How did you find us? Your silly little treehouse.
I think you mean our silly little mission control.
I hate to break it to you, but your secret path isn't so secret. And I could hear your racket from a mile away.
See, Luca? This is why we need to improve security around here.
Not now, Rollo. Beck, you said something bizarre happened? Yeah, but
She shot a nervous glance at Rollo.
anything you can say around me, you can say around Rollo. This has been a weird day all around, hasn't it? Yep.
Beck's eyes narrowed.
Okay, so it all started when I made it back home. My first order of business was to try to salvage my hair. So I dyed it with some stuff from the chemistry set my mom gave me. Okay. Just need to play it cool. And hope no one notices. Notices what? Oh, nothing. I was just... Come over here and let me have a look. Oh, honey, what in the world did you do to your hair? It just kind of felt like a change. It's gonna take forever to grow out. You're the one who said the change is a good thing, right? I was talking about your mother's new job. I was talking about us moving. Well, I guess I just took your lesson to heart.
Ilona tried to put on a smile.
Before I forget, I came up to tell you Nellie had to go into work. Tonight? Her and Mr. Kerr decided it would be good for her to get some things done before tomorrow. That Kerr guy seems like a grade A creep. Beck! He is. Him and his weird cult of personality. Bet she has pronouns too. You are not going to ruin this job for Nellie. It means too much to her.
Oh, I know exactly how much it means to her. It means enough for her to exile her daughter to this podunk town. This place sucks. People are weird. You just don't know them yet. It's always cold. We're in the mountains, you'll get used to it. I can't even pick up a single decent station on the radio. It's all banjo music and farm reports. You know I grew up in a town not that different from this one. Is that why you're better at talking to plants than people? Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. First of all, you're grounded. What? In the morning, I'll have Nellie come and see what we can do about fixing your hair. You need to look presentable for the festival. But not another peep.
She sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically.
This change is a lot easier than trying to explain to you that I've suddenly gone grey. Wait, what was that? Nothing. I dyed my hair blue is a lot more likely than going grey at age 6. I know moving is hard, honey, but that doesn't mean you have to make yourself miserable all the time. Other people seem to have that covered for me. Sorry? Oh, and if you decide to rebel by dyeing your hair more,
She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
I'll just shave it off for you. Think of how rebellious you'll look then. Very funny. Thank you. Good night, sweetie. Night, Mom.
Wait. First of all, this town does not suck. Second, you need help because you got grounded?
No. I'm sorry you got in trouble. It's my fault your hair got screwed up in the first place. Don't worry about it. I actually kind of like this look.
Great. Can we get back to the story now?
The next part is the important bit. I have this radio I upgraded with my mum and I was too angry to sleep. So I tried to dial in something worth listening to.
Mr. Kerr, are you there? Mr. Kerr? Yes, I'm busy. What is it? Apologies, I have the founder on the line. Patch him through immediately. One moment. Hello, sir. It's so nice to hear from you.
Skip the pleasantries. What's your report on our new lead researcher of
Sir, please.
I'm sorry, I've had a lot of licorice today, and this tiny body, it just gets so full of energy, you know? What's your report on our new lead researcher of deep engineering?
Nellie Murderville seems to be integrating nicely. At this very moment, she is working to help us meet our deadline. She offered to work overtime before I even had the chance to suggest it.
Excellent. And you have faith that she's capable of finishing the work left by her predecessor? Her work must be complete before the festival.
I'll make sure she stays day and night until it's accomplished.
Good. You know how I feel about loose ends.
Yes, sir.
Once she has finished the work, we need to make a determination regarding her long-term prospects in the company.
Immediately, sir? I usually have more time to fully bring people into the fold.
We are in the end game, Bill. After your failures with Dr. Prescott, I can't afford to take any risks.
Of course, sir. No loose ends, sir. Once she finishes the work, she will either leave the office completely committed to Perennial Harvest, or she won't leave at all.
Perfect.
Sir, if I might suggest, maybe we should delay just for a bit?
Oh?
It's just, we seem to be rushing to hit this festival deadline, and rushing into things has caused some issues in the past.
I see.
Please understand, I just want what's best for you. I'm eternally grateful for all that you've done for me.
Bill, I'll make this very clear for you. I brought you in to make things run smoothly, not to have opinions.
Of course, sir.
Chin up, Bill. You are only a few days away from having everything you ever dreamed of.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Whoa. Yeah.
Just so we're clear, when they said loose ends, they were talking about murder, right? Like, actually killing someone? Capital murder?
Luca gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
Who's this founder? I was hoping you guys would know.
As far as we know, Kerr's the top banana Perennial Harvest.
He sounded scared of this founder guy.
So we haven't even Topper Banana on the field.
What the hell is my mom caught up in? Has she talked about the job much?
What if everything you ever dreamed of is the big melon next to the ice cream stand? Whap, 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 whap. Not really. She said she was going to come in and continue the work of someone she respected.
Luke, do you think that body at the warehouse was...
Person Beck's mom came to replace? No, it makes sense.
Beck, seems like Nellie's predecessor got, loose-ended.
I'm getting that impression. Okay, so we need to get your mom out of here before the festival happens.
That's 2 days away. Won't you just come home after work?
The creep on the radio said they were going to hold her there until then. So if she's not coming out, we gotta go in and get her.
Flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
Maybe this'll help.
You got blueprints?
Well, it's really just a welcome map from my mom's PH orientation day. But it shows the layout.
Sure looks like blueprints to me. Look, here's the reception area. There's a big room marked Founder's Office. It even has the exits marked. Guys. We have a deadline. We have an objective. We have blueprints. Realize what this is, right?
Rollo started to wiggle with excitement.
I think we're heisting. This is officially a heist.
Oh my god, Rollo.
Chapter 6.
Sweet baby man.
The heist.
The
They
heist.
spent the night's end huddled around that small map, formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat. A modern facility equipped with all manner of technology, not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement. This could just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread. Even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for.
Excellent.
Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust
Unionize,
to work
unionize,
around the harvest that
unionize.
alliances could be found at a bargain. Luca, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse.
So, I do have a question as to what Rollo is going to be doing, because surely people are going to be a little bit curious as to what an adult Rollo being around suddenly means.
He hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in 1 day, and they each had their assignments.
All right, quick recap for those who weren't with us all night. Rollo, you're going to talk to Roxy. Cordially. Without her and Fitz, this whole thing could go bust.
Me? Cordial's my middle name.
Uh-huh. And how do you plan to explain your
He
new,
waved vaguely at Rollo's sizable figure.
circumstance?
Bah, she'll be so happy I'm alive she won't even
Beck
notice.
snorted an involuntary giggle.
And Beck, you sure Alona won't just shoot this whole thing down when she hears it? She'll listen. Once she understands the danger Nellie is in, the danger we're all in, plan will make sense. Okay. That leaves me with Jeff, then Iggy. How are you gonna persuade them? I'll think of something.
They each looked at each other with sleepy confidence and nodded.
Well, Godspeed.
I love adult Rollo. He's still absolutely fucking adorable. That's the help of Iggy and Tish. And Jeff. You're not Jeff, but do you want to help? You're just gonna stand there fishing? Wait a second. Are you our dad but tiny? You have to tell me if you're my dad but tiny or it's entrapment. I know my dad wasn't a dog, but still, what if? Give it a good cast now. Rollo hasn't changed. She's just picked exactly. Still the same old Rollo. Now, if I was Iggy and Tish. What up, Ned? Harvest awaits. Where are Iggy and Tish? Thank you, Ravine. Okay. Maybe we have to be better at this game. Hey, have you seen Iggy and Tish or Jeff?
Yeah,
wonder why an agricultural company employs an army of survey takers. The clipboards? Instead, they're just trying to make us happy. They want to make us happy? Or just figure out what makes us happy? An important distinction. Honk shoe. Oh no, she's staying awake this time. Check her out. What's up with Book Lady, though? That's the important update. That is true. Tell us your secrets, O wise Book Lady. Undaunted, he shook his head. Over? No. Endings are merely a state of mind. This doesn't end until I give up. Wow. I admire the conviction, but can he really pull through? Damn right he can. They all can. Because they're the best bunch of kids in the world. I love them all. Hey, Jeff.
What can I do you for?
Well, I know how much you hate Perennial Harvest.
Hate's a strong word.
Oh, sorry, I mean...
I didn't say it was the wrong word.
Gotcha. So, we're gonna break into the headquarters and I thought you might be able to help?
Jeff wheezed out a long snicker.
You see, I knew you kids were alright.
Great, so you'll
The
help?
joy in Jeff's face drained instantly.
Not a chance.
But,
Give me one good reason I should risk my hide aiding and abetting you rascals.
Looking into the sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
junk.
Yeah, what of it? Sonny, I got more junk than the king has copper. Ain't interested.
Luca wasn't ready to give up so easily. He
Strange.
shouted out again.
Shit.
Yeah, it's all shit. I still ain't helping. Ain't that some shit?
Hide.
Jeff's brow perked up.
What'd you say?
Go ahead and hide then.
Sensing some traction, Luca carried on with vigor.
Let a bunch of kids do what needs to be done. We're not afraid.
Jeff's scowl faded with a sigh.
Say what you will about old Jeff. They all do. Should never hear him say I hidden nothing.
One good stomp of the foot was all.
Go
Jeff
ahead and be
needed to
utterly
drive his
useless,
point
old
home.
man.
What was it you kids needed?
Some sort of disguise.
I got just the thing.
And while we're at it, that crate should come in handy.
This ain't gonna be free, you know. I'm thinking 5 bags of sour gob should cover it.
Put it on my tab.
Luca offered out his open hand to seal the deal. With a firm and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated.
Done. Swing by first thing in the morning.
Okay, 1 down, 2 to go. Jeff's great. I love Jeff. Wait, can we say other words at him though? Crooked.
Jeff's hardware closed down about the effects of the foul harvest when there are no crops.
Oh, that's a shame. Sorry about your hardware, Jeff. Ha ha ha! Thought I'd find you here.
Hey, Titch, look, here it is. Luca, are you hiding here to try to tickle us to death again?
Look, just hear me out.
Iggy raised an eyebrow suspiciously.
Have to rewind time to see comedy responses. I'm down.
We're listening.
Iggy, I know we've both been giant bags of malice. Malice to each other.
Alice. Wow, Tis, smart guy here with the smart guy words thinks he's impressing us. Scram, we ain't interested.
Luca knew they'd need. He tried again.
Iggy, I know we've both been giant bags of shit to each other.
Iggy gave a reluctant shrug.
You're not wrong.
But lately life's been kinda strange, you know?
Iggy considered the point.
Things have been weird around here.
So I'm offering a truce and asking for your help. What do you say we break our hostilities, at least for now?
We do like breaking things. Even if a truce means less breaking things.
What if I told you there was a way to have a truce and break stuff?
Go on. I don't remember if this is my voice, so I was doing something like this.
So I guess without the... Yeah, I guess this is pretty appropriate then. I need you to cause distraction so I can sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ.
A wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face.
My, Luca Van Horn, I'm impressed. And after this is all done, maybe you and Tish can come hang out at the treehouse
He
sometime.
glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement.
Fine. And not because we want to see your crappy treehouse. We just like to cause chaos.
Quick nod, Luca was off.
Now we know that's not true, Iggy, because you confided in us in that other timeline. You hear that, Tish?
Iggy gazed up at Tish with a smile.
You invite us to hang out at the
A
treehouse.
single tear ran down Tish's cheek.
I never expected this day to come. How wonderful.
Aw,
Chapter
Tish.
7. Into the Hive. A good heist requires preparation. And thorough preparation takes time, something they had precious little of. So far, everything was in order. Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. "We're locked and loaded on my end." And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help. He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention. Rollo, being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach Perennial Harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence.
And Rolo has that in spades.
Rollo took a few vigorous breaths and shook out his arms.
I love him so much. Oh no.
Just stay calm, Rolo. You can do this. Got your delivery here.
A delivery? I don't have anything in my notes about a delivery. One moment. I'm so sorry, but there's no delivery scheduled for this morning.
Right.
He had to think quick.
It's because this goes directly to the founder. He has to be kept secret.
Rollo sighed, adjusting his tool belt.
You know how the founder can be.
I suppose we can leave this one off the records.
Much obliged. Our harvest awaits and such.
With a stroke of his mustache, Rollo proceeded into the Perennial Harvest headquarters.
Our harvest awaits.
Bucket chair for the founder.
Oh, I didn't hear anything about...
Yeah, this is a need-to-know kind of thing.
I'll just
He
check.
stammered and flipped through the pages of his clipboard.
This goes directly to the founder. I don't have time to fill you in.
Oh, I see. You could just complete this form.
Rollo interrupted with urgency in his voice.
Every time with the forms. Look, if you want to explain to the founder why I'm late, well, it's your funeral.
I'm sorry. What did you say your name was again?
Rollo panicked.
Our harvest awaits!
Sir? That's a restricted area. Excuse me, sir?
Our harvest awaits!
And I had a candle, Tish.
Yep.
Stuck on this perennial ham fist. What was that?
Distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence.
Just open the damn door. I got a job to
The
do.
clipboard fumbled around in a frenzy.
I should check on that noise.
Oh, come on! Just buzz me in already!
Okay.
Phew. That was close.
Harvest awaits.
Hey, I figure, when in doubt, stick with the classics.
That was a close one. But you pull it off. Nice work, Rollo. Alright, everyone knows what to do? Yep, deep engineering is to the north.
I'll go with Beck, in case you need some muscle.
I'll head east to the founder's office. You two be safe. Get back in the crate. Perennial harvest reception. Better not head that way. That's odd. There's not even any cups for the water. That is odd. Wonder if that's gonna lead to secrets. Uh-oh. Oh, is it a maze? Oh no, it's a maze! Oh no! Oh god, oh why? Uh-oh. Nope. Solomon?
Solomon stopped in his tracks.
Luca? What are you doing here? It's a long story. Are you okay?
A veneer of confusion flashed across Solomon's face. His words rushed out dramatically.
No, I am most certainly not okay. Some strange people grabbed me and... Were they in hazmat suits? Yes, how did you know? They brought me here and locked me up, and when they were distracted, I ran. Dang, okay, you should stick with me. We've got a plan.
Solomon's facade briefly faltered.
Uh-oh. We? Yeah, Rollo and Becca headed to deep engineering. Thank heavens you found me. We've got to get out of here. We can't leave just yet. They'll catch us again. Oh no, dramatic irony, dramatic irony. I've got to do something first. When you were running, did you happen to see a door marked Founder? Founder? Why are you looking for him? I'm not. I just need to get into that office. Now that you mention it, I do think I saw a door that said Founder. It was just down this
Luca
way.
happened to notice a plaque above the door.
Office of the Founder. Knocking comes with consequence. Oh, here it is. Nice try, Sharper. So it is. It's pretty lucky that I ran into you, or else I might have missed it. Truly fortunate.
Luca tried the handle.
Locked.
Solomon leaned forward to examine the mechanism.
Regrettably, it seems to be some sort of electric lock. I don't see how we could possibly defeat a lock like that. The consequence is being let in and given biscuits. Yes.
Luca smiled and looked at his watch.
Let's just wait a minute. Hi, Alona. The sort of precision only a farmer could handle.
I don't know what sort of funny business you're up to, but I like it.
She mimed a quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle.
Howdy. Good afternoon.
The light on the keypad changed from red to green.
How did you do that? It's good to have friends. Quick, let's get inside before someone spots us.
Luca switched on his walkie-talkie.
Rollo, I'm in. As expected, there's a control panel.
Great timing. We're stuck at a locked door marked number 24601. Need you to get us through.
What if someone catches us? We should get out of here. I'm not leaving my friend Solomon.
On the computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field.
Surely you don't have a way to get around the password.
Luca pecked out his best guess. Underground secrets.
Huh. Now that's interesting, because that is knowledge we only had over on this branch. Interesting. So I think Luca must have some memories of other lines, because that's a very obscure thing for him to think of otherwise. Unless there's something I've forgotten in this route, but... Always consider whether your lock should fail open or close. It's a good question. I feel like for an office, I'd want it to fail open, such that if there was an electrical fire, I would not be locked in my office. But equally, if he's got secrets in here, I don't know. Underground
The
secrets,
screen
you could say.
blinked to life. Columns of green numbers glowed on a black background.
Which is then curious. So if Luca can remember other timelines, does that mean that he remembers Solomon? How did you just guess that? Oh, it's this absurd password Rolo had when he was down here before. Oh, never mind then. It's funny how someone arrogant enough to call themselves the founder uses such a basic password. Or they were thinking several moves ahead, not expecting anyone to guess something so simple. These villain types always end up outsmarting themselves.
Solomon's jaw clenched into a half smile.
Or maybe this is maybe Luca does know, and this is another ploy. Oh God, what is happening? Ah, his antlers are like branches. Ow! Powers of deduction are as impressive as your luck. I'm dropped out and back in again. What have I missed? This character seems new. Solomon we've met before. Solomon is the, well, allegedly is Eris's ward, as stipulated in Sharper's will. But in reality, Tam, that's Sharper, but he's taken a youth serum. And oh shit, it's all kicking off now. We're in a timeline where we're in a heist, and Rolo is an adult now, and it's wild.
Luca quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
Rolo, I think this should do it.
Bingo bango, doors open. Luca, you never fail to impress.
What is that slippery lout even doing down there? Oh, here. We have a friend whose mum is in trouble. We're here to get her out. I see.
Okay, Luca, I think we're close. Next door's marked 13806.
Once again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button.
Maybe this one opens the lock.
Crap, we got company. Luca, let's go faster.
One sec, I can't think with all this
He
noise.
quickly skimmed the screen with his finger.
Is he an adult or a kid wearing a mustache? Well, both. And quickly skimmed the screen with his finger. Here it is, 13806. Go, go, go. Curse these fumbling hands. My apologies, Luca. Don't beat yourself up. I know you were just trying to help. You want to hear your thoughts? You want to hear your thoughts? You want to hear your thoughts?
Oh man, no water cups.
Rolo! Rolo, are you okay? Rolo, come in.
Mr. Kerr approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie.
You can turn off the alarms. They're
With
trapped.
self-satisfaction, he called into the hallway.
That, my dears, is a dead end. Nowhere to run. Rolo, where are you? Are you okay?
Yeah, I think we lost him. Making our way back to Nellie's office.
They're a decoy. Okay, you two rabble rousers are coming with us. Nope. Hell yeah, Trixie. Make a break for it. Did that shit just kick me? Don't just stand there after them. Roxy. Dang it. Roxy, yeah, sure enough.
Okay, I think that worked. Roxy and Fitz gave him have him on a wild goose chase.
I'm having trouble following what just happened. Like I said, it's good to have friends. Classic little shit move. Rolo, how long do you think Roxy can distract them?
How long can Rox keep someone so pissed off they can't see straight? Let's just say we got time. Entering Nellie's office now.
Mum! Oh, honey, what did you do to your hair? I thought you'd be happy. I finally used the Young Chemist Lab kit. You sure have a knack for making me incredibly proud in the most frustrating ways. We need to get you out of here. We? Who is your adult friend?
Oh, I'm not an adult. Never heard of a growth spurt? I had more of a growth spute.
No, that's not
Nellie
possible.
leaned over to examine his teeth.
Substantial banding on the enamel and molars. Consistent with Tempest liquid exposure.
Is that what you call the gunk they forced me to drink?
You drank it? Oh no. They told me it was only being tested on plants. Oh, sweetie, I promise I didn't know. Mum, what the hell is going on at this place? I was brought here to work on the discovery of a lifetime. A novel chemical compound was discovered under Beacon Pines in a wellspring they called the Source. They named it Tempus Liquamen. It pulls energy from its surroundings in order to fundamentally alter matter's relationship to time. It was the secret to Valentine's fertilizer. They harvested the source, infusing small amounts of Tempus Liquamen into the product. It worked wonders, drastically accelerating plant growth. Crops would be ready to harvest in a fraction of the time, but it led to complications.
Foul harvest.
Perennial Harvest came in to clean up the mess, to succeed where Valentine failed. But Tempus Liquamen is rebellious.
Rebellious?
You can think of it as a manifestation of change itself. It's volatile by its very nature. So the more you try to force it to do a specific thing, the more it resists, yes. I can relate to that. My role was to finish the work of my predecessor, Dr. Prescott, harnessing Tempus Liquamen to reliably manipulate an organism's age. But just imagine how many people we could feed. Mr. Kerr was very insistent that we achieve a successful result before today's festival. But you didn't, right?
Nellie sighed.
You know how much I love a good puzzle. I poured myself into the problem. It wasn't long until I discovered oddities in Dr. Prescott's notes.
Oddities?
They contained obvious errors, mistakes that someone of his reputation would never make. So I fixed them, and
And now I get to replace my entire wardrobe.
really am truly sorry.
Those clothes were all hand-me-downs anyway.
Sounds like Dr. Prescott figured it out, got cold feet, and intentionally sabotaged his own work. I hadn't considered that possibility. I've sent a letter asking him to clarify his thinking. Mum, Dr. Prescott is dead. Kerr had him killed. What? I have heard them talking about it on the radio.
That's why we gotta get you out of here.
I just...
Like, now.
Wait, the vial! I finally solved the chemical equation allowing direct control of aging. Mr. Kerr picked it up just before you came. All the more reason we gotta hightail it.
Luca, we got Dr. Modeville. Heading your way now.
Roger that. Be careful. Alright, everything's on track. And what is your plan for escape? We'll go over everything when they get here. In the meantime, maybe we can dig up some more info.
Luca tugged on each of the cabinets.
Dang, this must be the good stuff. They're all locked. Perhaps he's not as careless as you suspected. Perhaps you should go fuck yourself. You ever think about that? Malice 80 proof whiskey. A hard drink for a hard man. Wow, even his alcohol is arrogant.
Solomon muttered inaudibly.
Just smother you right now.
What was that? I said I shouldn't bother you right now. Don't be silly, you're not bother at all. Looks like the founder was helping Kerr plan the festival. Why would such a secretive leader be obsessed with a party? Only time will tell.
Luca held his hand up to the ashtray.
It's still warm. He must have been in here recently. Very recently. Let's see what else this bad boy has on it. Security system, time card logs, payroll. You know, for being so evil, this guy sure is boring.
Solomon once again muttered under his breath.
Just shoot. Huh? Oh, nothing. Perhaps he's still here with you right now. What do you mean by that? You know, maybe he's inside us all. That's not really something you say about some kind of a villain, you know. I mean, you know, villain's a matter of perspective. He might be just misunderstood, or, you know, maybe he has greater ambitions that go beyond your petty understanding of the world, you foolish child. What? I'm gonna be over. No. Okay. Any other secrets? I'm really sorry you got dragged into this mess, Solomon. You needn't worry about me. Well, I feel bad either way. We're gonna get you out of this, I promise.
With a subtle, quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face. They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway.
Books on the chair because he's small as a good touch. It is, right? Lock it, lock it, lock it! Locked.
That was close. When we left, Nellie's office was swarming with clipboards.
We barely got away. Did they follow you? Rolo.
Before we start tossing blame around. Is it possible someone ordered a pizza?
We'd love to hear your thoughts. Definitely not pizza. What now?
Don't look at me, I'm officially retiring from the heisting business.
We're so sorry for the inconvenience. We just have a few quick questions. Just let me think. Can someone watch the door? Of course. No, don't let him watch the door. Everyone else huddle up. Oops. I think this little caper has gone on long enough. Solomon, no! Hush now, child. The adults are speaking. Dr. Modwell, a brief reintroduction is in order. We've never met in person, but we have corresponded. You see, it was I who hired you. Solomon, the pathetic orphan child, the powerful and enigmatic founder, Sharper, the fallen progenitor who created this town, Perennial Harvest Valentine Fertilizer, all connected by a single thread. Yours truly. But that's...
Her eyes searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul.
Yes, now you've got it. Time was flickering. You discovered how to reverse the process.
Solomon clapped with genuine delight.
Very good, Dr. Modwell, very good. Though the discovery wasn't intentional.
Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form.
And the effects went a little too far for my tastes. That's why you needed me to finish Dr. Prescott's work. Which you did admirably. Mr. Kerr, the vial, please.
Kerr presented it with a theatrical twirl of the hand.
May I present to you the eighth wonder of the...
Finish, Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm.
Wow, this stuff sounds pretty valuable.
Be careful, you fool! You have no idea what you have in your hand.
Actually, we do. You just did a whole evil villain monologue thingy about
Rollo
it.
casually tossed the vial to Luca.
Gosh, maybe I'll have a
Luca
taste.
jiggled the vial mockingly.
Seize him!
Luca! Over here! Move another inch and I smash it.
She held it tightly behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables.
You have no plan. I'll smash it, I swear. Fine, risk killing us all. Or, if you're lucky, nothing happens. Then what? We capture you and grant you much less leniency.
He pursed his lips with feigned sincerity.
But I give you my word, if you hand it over now, none of you will be harmed.
A deep uncertainty washed over Beck.
You're a smart girl, Beck. But there's no shame in being outwitted by someone smarter than you. We both know there is only one way this ends.
She looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon.
That's a good girl. Beck, don't do it!
We can't trust that jerk.
I'm sorry. He's right.
With apprehension, Beck conceded.
Have we got
Solomon
some kind of a
pocketed
feet
the vial
file?
and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick.
Mr. Kerr, you have allowed yourself to be humiliated by a group of children. Report to my office tomorrow for a performance
The
review.
blood drained from Kerr's face.
Of course, sir. But first, you have a speech to make. Trot out there and give me the introduction I deserve. And don't forget to smile. Yes, sir. And to think, all of this thanks to the efforts of Mr. Van Horn. I don't understand. How is this all because of me? I said Mr. Van Horn, silly child. Dr. Walt Van Horn. Then you should have said Dr. Van Horn, shouldn't you? You dingbat. Your father was always a thorn in my side. I offered him an opportunity to be a part of something great. But the fool was blinded by righteousness. He even broke into my laboratory in an attempt to sabotage my work.
Solomon shook his head with gratification.
But the universe has a funny way of correcting course. By meddling with a force he didn't understand, Walt showed me its true potential. As fate would have it, Luca, your father's dying act was to grant me eternal life.
A muffled applause resonated faintly through the walls.
Well, that's my cue. After the festivities and my subsequent ascension, I will return to deal with you all. Until then, I suggest you use this time to reflect on the magnitude of your failure. You three keep post outside the door. Well, crap.
Can't believe Beck sold us out like that.
I'm not sure she had any other choice.
So, what now? What's the plan?
I don't have one.
Of course you do. You always have a plan.
Rollo.
You just need some time.
Rollo, it's over. We lost.
Nellie was staring at the floor, deep in thought.
Sorry, Luca. Give me a minute to calm my mind. Hey. I'm sorry, Luca. I did what I had to do. I know, it's just... we were so close. I've got a feeling that eventually Solomon will get what's coming to him. Time wounds all heals. And all time seems like less of an issue for him now. Luca, there's something you should know. After Mr. Kerr locked me in that office, I had nothing but time and curiosity. You weren't that close. Your grandma is freezing over reality in a few minutes. I poked around a bit, hoping to find a means of escape, but I found something else. A note hidden in a false drawer. What sort of note? Dr. Prescott must have sensed his time at Perennial Harvest was growing short, so he left behind a letter with the hope it would be found by his successor. It was a confession of shorts. He loved wearing shorts. The workplace demanded that he always wear long trousers, but he needed his shorts. Whenever anyone left his office, he would immediately tear his trousers off, and they're comfy and easy to wear, Luca. You don't understand. He left it for me, but its contents. Luca, I think they were meant for you. Why? What did it say? It was about an incident with your mother. Dr. Prescott found her in his lab with a stolen keycard. There was an accident. She'd been exposed to extreme amounts of Tempus liquamin.
The color dropped from Luca's face.
She survived. Dr. Prescott decided to help her recover. He no longer trusted Perennial Harvest, so he kept her whereabouts a secret. Over time, your mother led him to reconsider the purpose of scientific discovery. Science is often at the vanguard of change, but that doesn't mean it's always right. He realized that no one should have control over something as powerful as time itself. I now believe that's why he began to intentionally sabotage his own work. And it cost him his life. That's a reasonable conclusion.
Luca was overwhelmed with emotion.
But if she's alive, where's she been? Where is she now?
A sudden explosion sounded from the hull. Chapter 8. Comeuppance. Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Tolliver to his feet.
Unless.
She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right?
I disagree. I think that Young Forever potion should be given to literally everyone.
And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone.
But you see, when everyone's given the Young Forever potion, the winters are eternal. That was the secret of that other ending. It fucks with the world. Everything goes wrong.
Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo.
Nice.
With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through. It was a strange feeling. The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body.
I prefer being immortal but wearing an extra jumper.
They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door. Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
Hell yeah, Gran! Oh my god, those clipboards are dead! Gran, what are you doing here? Luca, what are you doing here? We're here to save Nellie. We're here to save Rollo.
Hey, Miss Lucas Gran. It's awful nice of you, but I'm fine.
Oh, no, what did they? Gran, there's no time to explain. We have to go now. Come on, everyone, we've got a party to crash.
They made their way out from deep within Perennial Harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech.
I mean, my guess is that somehow Beck had a vial of the mutation-y one prepared. Don't know why she would, but we'll find out. But something's gonna be okay. Thankfully, we can dispense. No, wait. I should get this going. Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket.
I'm shocked the explosion didn't disrupt this gathering. It's a fair point. Yeah, we've got to stop him.
In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
No!
Well, I guess that's it. We lost.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
With a mischievous look, Beck elbowed Luca. Remember when I had the vial behind my back?
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little malice, with a little junk, with a little change.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change.
Like,
Pocket change? You're unlucky penny. Yeah, I plopped it in the vial when no one was looking. What's that gonna do? No idea. That's the beauty of science. Now we observe. You can all call me Sharper
His body
Valentine.
and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
holy crap, he's a baby?
Yeah, but he's still Sharper, right? What he was no longer matters.
This is an innocent child. I apologize for all the harm my father has caused you.
Eris awkwardly cradled the squirming child.
The eyes. Child is so not innocent. That is the least innocent child in the world.
She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty.
Augustus, what do we...
What we do what Valentines always do. What must be done. I'll hurry home and prepare a crib for father, young Sharper.
That would be a great help. Thank you.
She looked back down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes.
Give him up for adoption. I think that, yeah?
With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl.
Okay, everyone, the show is over. You may leave now.
Epilogue. Beacon Pines' coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had, and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn. After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through, middle school was bearable. The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much.
So is Rollo just... How's he gonna fit in the desks?
They kindled a hope for a better future in their hearts.
It's probably the kind of choice than being raised by your
When
children.
spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as the dawn of the first day of summer came again, its light slowly spread through the shallow valley. It crept over the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, and came to rest on a young boy sleeping at dawn, his mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
Nellie might figure out the river. A young boy of 7. Sure. Fine.
Over time, Eleanor began moving Walt's old things out of the closet and into storage. Eleanor had moved back into her bedroom, and now that she wasn't sneaking out late, she even slept there most nights.
It'll be your 7th birthday then? Okay, I'm gonna finish the epilogue and then check out the other branches, I think. Ooh, can we take the walkie-talkie? Rollo, are you up yet? Ah!
Roger that. Beautiful day at Mission Control. You gonna swing by?
Be there in a minute. I don't know if you're old or young again. Let's find out. Who knows? Well, we've not figured out how to make Gran young, it seems, at least. Mom, I'm ready to go now. You go without me. I'll meet you there. And I've got a batch of jam to finish jarring. It's funny. I only started making jam as a way to send messages without anyone noticing, but now I enjoy it. Now get the fuck out of here. Leave me be. You've done enough. Wait, hang on, Roxy. Oh. Well. That's curious. I hear you and Rollo have big plans for that little tree house. Yeah, it started getting crowded after we revoked the max capacity 1 Rollo 1 Luca rule. So we decided to expand. But at least we got some help with that. How's the internship at Nellie and Alona shop going? It's been great. I'm hoping it helps me get into the School of Agriculture up at State. Also, Nellie said she'd write a letter of recommendation, which would be huge. I just can't help but worry about leaving Rollo. He's grown up so fast, but he's still my little brother. Yeah, he had a heck of a growth spurt. I don't just mean grown literally. This morning he was up and finished his chores before I'd even finished breakfast. Well, some of that might be his excitement about the treehouse renovations. Don't tell him this because it'll go to his head, but I'm really proud of that little punk. I'm sure he feels the same way. He's just too dang proud to tell you. I know. It's so cute! It's so cute! She moved Walt's things, including the body. He probably just moved it to the real spot he's buried at, but I'm totally gonna assume it means he's still alive. Hey Gus, how's the tree planting going?
Couldn't be better. I'm so grateful to Lone and Nellie for letting me help. I just wasn't built to be a mayor. Too much bureaucracy.
Gus, we finished cleaning up the sidewalks. What's
When
next?
Perennial harvest collapsed, most of the clipboards skipped town, but some stuck around and dedicated themselves to making things right.
Anyone with a knack for art can help paint the new offices.
You can count on us! Well, looks like you really found your calling.
I never really felt comfortable telling people what to do. Now this right here, this is something I can be proud of.
Gus, with a smile? Who's the mayor now, and why is it the melon? Well, it's the melon, and it was a landslide victory, weirdly enough. Like, the only two candidates were the melon and this guy, and he never actually officially put his name in as an electable ballot, so... Melon, man. How's the napping this morning?
Most underrated part of a good nap, the view. The view's getting greener every day.
Nice. Slow and dirty harvest. I see you decided on a name. Yep, we had to clear out all the old stuff, putting on the final touch. Slow and dirty harvest is now official. I like it. It was actually Nellie's idea. There's still a lot of work to do, and the name serves as a reminder. Just because progress is important doesn't mean change should happen fast. In fact, I've learned that the more you care about something, the more important it is to take things slow. Our motto is, go slow and fix things.
Amen to that.
I'd better not dilly-dally. Gotta get to the treehouse. Oh, come on! I want to see all the people in town and have my memories moment. Luca, get this! I managed to reel in an actual fish this morning. Seriously? Yeah, an honest-to-goodness flip-flop and swim-swamming fish. I don't think I've ever caught an actual fish here. At least 7 years since I've caught one. I'd say it's a good omen. What did you do with the fish? Oh, I released it back into the pond. I'm hoping to catch it again tomorrow. Sweet baby.
Thought I could use some new bait. When do you say we head out and find some more?
Nope, I've done all these.
Gentlet first.
Bye. Facebook's informal motto is move fast and break things.
Give it a good cast now.
Hey! Little higher.
Yup.
Little lower.
Yup.
Little higher.
Yup. I'm telling you, the angle isn't the issue. Need more power to the radio. Luca, there you are. Could you tell him it's not the angle?
Hey, I'm not in charge of antenna redesign.
Fine, Iggy, just don't do anything drastic till we get back.
Who, me?
Tish, you're in charge while I'm gone. Yup. They'll be fine, right? It'll be fine.
If we really want mission control to turn into something bigger and better, we have to loosen our grip a bit.
You're right. Either way.
I have fundamental ideological disagreements with this game. I think that if you find Eldritch Time Liquid beneath your town, you should lick it, not fight it. Anything to view in here, or is it just...
Luca looked up at the satellite dish. Rollo nearly killed himself putting that up into the tree.
Oh!
While it didn't turn the radio into an interstellar communicator, as he'd hoped, it did at least boost the signal enough to overhear truckers one town over.
That's something. Alright, I'm just gonna quickly check if pull was added to a previous branch anywhere. Alice changing junk. Nope, okay. That might be a new fishing thing. Yeah, I feel like I could have found that earlier, but I never did. Is it bait though? That's the question. If it's not a branch, we've got to find out if it's bait. It's
Eva
bait!
tied a small magnet to the line, fishing with the law of attraction.
Actually, could I have found that earlier? I'm not sure if there's been any points where I've had free reign while in the treehouse. For now. Might be wrong, though. A key. What do you think the lock for this key is? Look up. Yep.
Now why would we want to find that?
Because then we would know the secret.
That's no fun. The thing we know what it unlocks, it just becomes a boring old key. Right now, this key could unlock anything.
Cool.
Well, that's quite a haul. Seems like a good time to pack up.
Oh, just a little bit longer?
Things last forever, they might not feel as special, huh?
I guess.
Make your deal, Buckaroo. You ever feel like you need to talk about anything at all? You just say, let's go fishing, and I'll know what you mean.
Like secret password?
Yep. Top secret.
Neat.
What a perfect day.
Yeah. You know what? Even if I could have found it earlier, I'm glad I didn't find it till now. This was a much nicer time to get that scene. Young Mr. Van Horn. How's little Sharper doing? Young Sharper seems to enjoy nature more than I. So we do a lot of strolling these days. Has he, you know, can you use the password at his grave? Ooh. Has he, you know, attempted to crawl out of his crib and plot world domination? Yeah. Thankfully, no. I spoke at length with Dr. Murdwell, and she feels that Sharper's infant mind was not developed enough to retain his previous memories. For all intents and purposes, the child is unmolded clay. Let's hope he's a little nicer the second time around. That is the objective, yes. But really, all I can do is try and hope. Two activities I am endeavoring to find less distasteful. Then why does he look like that? Some babies just look sus, I guess. Well, I think you're doing a great job. And the whole town is ready to help out however we can. I can't wait to teach him how to throw a baseball.
Eris did her best to ignore the tears welling in her
Aw.
eyes.
That would be acceptable. Oh, little baby! What's today's news that needs knowing?
I'll give you tomorrow's headline today. Our old friend Patrick C. Montague, aka William Kerr, just performed a stirring rendition of The Iceman Cometh at the State Correctional Facility. I hear there wasn't a dry eye in the house.
Well, I guess he has plenty of time to work on his craft. He looked to his friends with a thankful smile. After everything that could have gone wrong, everything that did go wrong, we made it. The end.
Closing her eyes, Miss Hatch took a deep, relaxing breath.
Oh, hello, Luca. How are you? Really good, actually. That's wonderful. Did I miss anything? I think you're pretty much up to speed. Oh, hey. Luca, do you want a biscotti? On the house. I don't really have time.
Zaria, you gotta come see this. I finally did it. I pulled the perfect espresso.
Oh, Lumi. If I didn't know better, I'd think you're proud of something.
As if. No.
It's too late. You're now officially a person that cares.
No, I'm not. Shut up. You wanna come see it, though?
She been reading the same book for a year?
Yes?
I guess. If anything, you probably blackmailed the doctor into saying that. Ooh. Ow, back for seconds? It was not too much trouble. For the longest time, I didn't understand the appeal of ice cream. It serves no purpose, other than to be briefly enjoyed and then it's gone. It's pretty tasty while it lasts. I'm inclined to agree. I don't understand this child. How you doing, math? Luca, can I interest you in a delicious
He
apple?
playfully waggled an apple.
No thanks, just saying hello. Well, hello then. I'll tell your mom we need a new crate of jam. Already? It's funny, we used to hide this stuff in the back. Terrified that someone would find out about our secret messages. Now everyone wants to get their hand on Eleanor Van Horn's famous spy jam. I have a real quick question there, Mr. Tolliver. Yes, Rollo? I've been hearing rumors about a so-called a candy shelf. Now you get out of here. You get out of here, Rollo. That candy's not for you. It's for grown-ups. I am a grown-up. Now you know that ain't true. Hey, Luca. Can you tell Roxy I'll be free in an hour? Sure thing. And Dad's making me stock the shelves for the summer. He said it builds character. I think he meant to say it builds calluses. Builds character. Yeah, builds something, alright. If you can reach the candy shelf, you're... Exactly! Remain's got my back, Mr. Tolliver. Luca, why are you taking me away from Mr. Tolliver? I got a great argument now. Luca! Alright, fine, but you owe me... you owe me some sour obs or whatever they're called. I don't remember. No, we can't deliver that message to Roxy at all. This was a lie from the beginning. I gotta just... one last time. Yeah. Gonna chill. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, they're so cute. Well, that's Chance Diner. Hiya, Dawn. I'm glad you swung by. More follow-up questions for your story? No, I got everything I need. Thanks again for that. I sent a draft of the story to a reporter in Capital City, and they offered me an internship. Of course they did. You're an amazing reporter. I don't know about all that. Story about a phony corporation that picked up an entire town of people and moved them to cover up a massive illegal mine shaft full of incredibly hazardous chemicals sort of writes itself if you think about it. Just don't forget us when you become a fancy big city reporter. Capital City isn't that far away. I'm gonna have to come back from time to time to check in. See what sort of new trouble you've gotten yourself into. Sorry to disappoint, but my adventuring days are over. We both know that's not true. What makes you say that? Call it a reporter's intuition. Also, I saw that ending where there's apparently a sequel, so, you know. Thanks. Capital City's only a 10-minute walk through the wood, but in the other direction. Yeah, exactly. Hello, can I talk to you? I want to know your opinions. I want to know your thoughts now that you're allowed to have them, please. This game sucks.
Mrs. Fratelli glowed with a carefree smile.
Is that your suitcase? That? It's 2 weeks of unencumbered tranquility. Excuse me? Would you be so kind as to take my order? 2 weeks of sighing, margaritas, and forgotten obligations. Excuse me? I'd love to place an order.
Mrs. Fratelli sighed with a zen-like calm.
Just as soon as the lunch rush ends, I'll be a feather on the wind. You going on vacation? For the first time in years. And I got you and your mom to thank. Why's that? She didn't tell you yet? You two are gonna fill in for me at the diner while I'm gone. Just like old times. It's fine, I'll wait. Hi, can I take your order? I might as well get started while, the going's good. Okay, fine. Can I get a drink? Give me tasty soda. No, fine. Screw this game. Job unlocked, unpaid labor. Good cop, unpaid labor cop. Oh, look at those babies. Oh, we'll be seeing them soon.
Over the school year, Kato and Bert had become close friends.
Oh, they would suit each other very well. But did you know that when they covered up the source, they found a new species of fungus? Yep, and they're studying in the new labs. Did you know that Beacon Pines is now the smallest town in the county? Yep, because the population for perennial harvest moved in.
It typically went on like this for quite some time.
They're the best. Yes! Can't believe it's over. Yeah, the town's really starting to turn a new leaf. Town? I was talking about Hank Atomic. I just finished the last issue. How was it? It's great as always. Hank finally returned to Earth. But I just feel weird now. Weird can be cool. Just means you're ready for something new. Any suggestions? You can ask Miss Hatch about what she's always reading. She seems to really enjoy it. Maybe I'll do that. Next adventure will be about unionizing, as all adventures should be. In some form or another.
Luca peeked over Piper's shoulder. Laid stealthily inside a large volume of mathematics was the first issue of Hank Atomic.
Piper, are you reading Hank Atomic? Do you mind not telling anyone? I kinda got a reputation to uphold. Oh, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Just about every kid in town reads Hank Atomic. Honestly, I'm excited for you. What odd gift to start over fresh. Experience it again for the first time. I guess that's the downside of finishing something nice. At least now I can enjoy it again through you. Promise to tell me about it as you go? Sure thing. Every kid, and also Rollo. Rollo's still a kid. He's just a really big one. Hey, Mr. Nuncreed. I'm gonna go see my dad in a bit. Did you want to come with?
Even after everything I did, you'd
Mr.
still...
Nuncreed shook his head.
You really are your father's son, aren't you? I don't think I'm ready for that yet.
Well, you're always invited. I bet he'd love to hear from you.
I'll visit Walt in my own time. You run along now.
He's a kid with a mustache.
With perennial harvest gone, the transportation tubes were left unused.
Come on, come on, come on. No one's too big, no one is too small for Jeff's wild ride.
Maybe not completely unused.
Just one piece of candy for the ride of your life. Who's next?
Guess what? Yesterday I saw a Dynasty Tedious. Tedious? And that's good.
It's great. I haven't spotted one of those in years. At this rate, Beacon Pines is gonna become the bug capital of the country or county. I didn't read it, but whatever.
Still Charles County, of course. Jeff knows what he likes. Keep out, keep out. Mushrooms, mushrooms. Hi, Beck, bye, Beck. Hi, Sophie, how you doing? I don't think you've said anything yet. Unless I've just been very unobservant, but welcome in. We are right at the end of the game.
Luca
And
peeked
boy
up at
howdy.
the beehive. It appeared to be deserted.
That's strange. That is strange. I feel like we already saw that previously, but I guess maybe it undid that flag at some point. I have news I think you'll enjoy. This morning I unpacked my last box. You're officially moved in! It's just a box. Let's not blow this out of proportion. Sounds an awful lot like putting down roots. I guess I decided this place is root worthy. You're gonna be stuck with me for the foreseeable future. I do have to warn you, most years aren't gonna be as interesting as this one. I think I'll manage. Ready? Before we go, there's a bit of a surprise. It's a tree! Mama's prepared this tree especially for you. They didn't have to do that. It wasn't just them. Just about the whole town pitched in. We all owe you. I thought, isn't this autumn of the same year? I thought it was only like a month or like a season or two had passed. We all owe you. It should do okay in the cold of old Beacon Pines and thrive as things warm up. It's perfect. When you're ready, take Jeff's wild ride to old Beacon Pines. I think we've talked to everyone. At this point, I can't think of any NPCs we've missed. Or who haven't been mentioned, at least.
Yeah, you got it. Now that's a good looking tree. Being a special occasion and whatnot, this ride's on the house.
Well, Nat. But yeah, I assume Nat's in the frozen area.
You're gonna wanna hang on tight to that little tree.
Looks said it turned to winter and then someone go, oh, okay.
I think this is it. The end I've been waiting for.
But who are you? Are you not?
Honestly, I'd begun to lose hope of ever finding it. But then you came along. I don't know exactly how to thank you.
This is real good voice acting. Holy shit.
It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending. I'm at a loss for words. Let's just watch the end together.
It's making me very uneasy. Makes me think there's going to be a twist. Done. A good little tree.
The best little tree.
Thank you, children. This means a lot. Yeah, thanks. For everything.
Shucks, I only did what any super awesome best buddy would have done. We should probably give you some time alone now. You good?
Yeah, I am. It's been a wild year. How are you feeling?
Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine, really. I always said the only thing fitter than a fiddle is a cello. I feel like a dang cello.
Well, if you ever stop feeling like a cello, I'm here for you.
I know. You don't even have to say it.
You two make an awesome pair.
Excuse me? We're a trio now.
Yep. Thanks.
There's just one thing missing now that you're part of our group.
Missing?
Let me tell you a little story about a man named Hank Atomic.
Oh, God. I won't be long.
We'll be waiting for you back at the phone booth. I found the perfect way to start our summer.
Okay, sure enough, it's been a full year. You've got some good friends. I'm so proud of you. Your father would be so proud. I know. Can I ask you a question? Did you ever dream about Dad? Not a night goes by that I don't. Are you ever afraid that you're gonna forget him? Forget what he looked like? Forget his voice? No, because so much of him lives on in you. He loved that old tree, but I know he would have loved this one more. Because his two favorite people planted it. I'll give you two a moment. Give it a good cast now. Hey, Dad. Dr. Mudwell says that over the next few years this place should warm up. So you won't have to be so cold for much longer. I think I finally understand why you left that night. There were things you believed in. Big things. Those beliefs were the things that made you, you. If you wouldn't have stood up to Sharper, stood up for what you believed in, you wouldn't have been the same person anymore. You had to go. That didn't mean you loved us any less. I might not visit you as much as I used to. I know you understand. I adored that game. Holy shit. That was absolutely wonderful. Kirsten, you did an amazing job. Holy shit. Big fan of that game. We still have a few endings to go, and we're gonna go take a look at them, but I am extremely glad I played that. That was wonderful. And thank you all for being here for it. It was... Still gotta put Malice in the time fluid, exactly. But yeah, thank you all for being here for it as well, because I always love sharing these games with you guys. And finding out all the cool shit you can do. She even had to voice a few other characters. Yeah, she did some good, like especially young Luca. I think she particularly did well with. I mean, obviously it would be harder for her to do the others. But yeah, no, it was just a real good time. I didn't know this was from Kickstarter, but I suppose I'm not entirely surprised. Wish I'd known about it at the time. Unless I discovered that my name is on here and I just completely forgotten. That would be wild. But oh god, that's a lot of them. Can't believe Cat Bath. Well, Cat Bath was just one of the producers. Cat Bath may be in there. Let's see if we can find them. Come on, Cat Bath. Cat Bath, Cat Bath, Cat Bath, Cat Bath. We got Cat. We got Cat Burglar Barry. I don't think Cat Bath is on there. Got Catwoman on. Got the Sneasel. Got M. M's got an exclamation mark. Got gut. We've got no Rebecca, I checked. To be fair, I might not be on there as Rebecca, I might be there as Rebecca and then whatever my surname is. But I don't think I will be. As I say, I'm pretty certain I didn't back this game. Although I did discover that a game I did back and didn't get the codes for was because at the time it was apparently with my old email address. But I thought for sure it was with my new one. But no, it was all sorted out. So I do have access to Coral Island, which is fun. Let's see if there's a Rebecca on there. Yeah, good luck. Let's see. Old Pal Collector. That's my favorite Pokemon-like game. Okay, yeah, so there's a couple of Rebeccas. Am I one of them? I know, but do you? Game is done. On a scale from 1 to Celeste, how emotions is this? It's a bit tough to say. It kind of partially, I think. I'm going to assume your name is Rebecca Crawford. Even though that makes it very weird. I think, like, there's a lot of good emotion in it. Like, there's some good stories, but, like, part of the trouble, in a way, with this game is that the branching story system can sort of pull you into and pull you out of certain mindsets, sort of thing. So it's like when you've followed all the paths you need down one avenue, you're in one, like, you know, you've got one set of storylines you're following. And then when you're in another, you have to remember, okay, so this is what was happening, this is how everything was feeling. So I feel that gets in the way of the feels a little bit, but there's still definitely some good feels. Oh, 6 Rebeccas, I'm sure you're one. How many can there be? Okay. We've got the full tree, but I do want to see what happens if we say Malice and Junk. I was suspecting there was going to be something like right at the start. There was going to be a new option for us that would do something like not even necessarily like a full route or fancy ending or anything, but maybe just a fun little joke. As it is, yeah, okay, looks like it's just this final choice. So I do have to ask, did you find indulgent as a charm? Did I? I don't think I did.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little junk.
Oop, we'll disappear again then. Yes, do go away to avoid spoilers, sorry. We're still not entirely done. I've not used Incendiary. Oh no, I did get Indulgent. Yeah, no, it is there. I feel like I might be missing one, but like that's the thing. I don't know if you use them all. We'll see, maybe. Can't wait to see the look on his face when he realizes he drank his own cigar ash.
How did Ashes get in the vial?
It was pretty easy to mess with the vial when it was behind my back. Ooh, that's sneaky. Well, that's a bad habit anyways.
I always says bad habits are like 50-yard field goals. Hard to kick.
Bad ending. You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Oh my god. No! Wow.
Well, that's one way to kick a bad habit.
Imagine looking at that.
As the last
It
of
just
what was
turned to
once
ash.
Sharper Valentine wafted into the air, the crowd began to disperse, still numb from what they had just observed.
Time sure did wound that heel.
Sharper Valentine was gone for good. His end would be a new beginning for Beacon Pines, a new chance to let go of the things they had lost and grab hold of a new future. The end. Well, I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a bit gratifying. If that feels to you like a good note to end on, I won't stand in your way.
Okay, that's quite nice. Like, yeah, this is pretty much, you know, it's gonna lead to all the good endings we need. But there's still other ones you can go for. Might tweak his wonder potion with a little malice.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little malice.
Malice? The whiskey from his office? I did think about that. Like, I did think the fact the whiskey was called Malice was going to come up somehow. Yep, dude had an unfinished glass on his desk. I figured his grow juice could use a little hair of the dog. You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and
I'm not
face
going to bother
began
doing
to
the
contort and
fucking announcing voice because it takes too long to activate each time. And I'm dead now. Behold!
Now that's what I call 80 proof whiskey.
Damn, dude.
The crowd gazed in stunned silence at the now empty stage.
That kid just burst! Exploded into confetti! That was fucking wild.
The quiet was broken when William Kerr sprinted off stage and into the distance. He was never seen around Beacon Pines, or anywhere else for that matter, again. Watching the silhouette of Kerr disappear over the horizon, Luca began to laugh. First, a low chuckle that became uncontrolled, heaving laughter. Through his tears, he was vaguely aware that the crowd had begun to laugh with him.
The exploding child?
The end. That was unexpected. Perhaps a bit of an absurd ending for my taste, but who am I to say? I'm only writing the damn thing.
You know what? I am glad I saw both of those endings after doing the full epilogue. It feels nice to have jokey endings as the finishing note. Right. I kind of want to go and see what happens if you say some of the other options to Jeff and Iggy, but the closest I can go back is Windows to the Soul, and there's a lot of dialogue between then and there. So I think I'm just going to say fuck it. But, oh my word. What's this? Born in a Barn. Apparently I'm missing the Born in a Barn achievement. Whatever that means. It says Born in a Barn. Did you what could that mean? Probably not closing. That's what I'm thinking. Did we have an opportunity to, or maybe closing a door that you otherwise didn't close? I can't think of any doors that I even opened though. Oh, you can close and open the treehouse door. Remember that. Oh well. Right. I'm gonna leave it there though, because I think that's been an absolutely great time. Thank you all very much for joining me for these streams. This has been such a good game. I'll be back. I think I know this with Forbidden Knowledge. Why don't you let me know? Because I am curious, but I'll pack up the stream as we go. But yeah, thank you all extremely much for being here. This has been a hoot. I don't know when I'll be back, maybe tomorrow, but I'll be honest, a lot of today, I've had a headache. So maybe tomorrow I'll just take it chill. I don't know. I do also need to do a big art project with an upcoming deadline. So we'll see. Leave the fridge door open or the tap on at the start of the game. Okay, I might do that off screen. Just so that I can have all the achievements. But that's not crazy interesting, so I'll save that. I'll save you the hassle of that. Artbacker. I am gonna have a look at who's around to raid. I think Michael is doing Terraria, and I want to watch that. Yep, sure enough. Let's go say hi to Michael. Did you get the flood ending? Galaxy. It would help if I spelt it correctly. Galaxy does not contain any E's. But yes, thank you all very much for coming by, and I will see you all for other things. Who knows what? Hopefully it's fun. Bye-bye.